had my headphones on the button. So, it's another day. It's another dollar inside of American politics. I'm really disenfranchised with last night's State of the Union address. I'm disenfranchised with last night's State of the Union address for a couple of reasons. Number one, I'm tired of Donald Trump just feeling like he has so much important stuff to say that he just drones on and on and on. Donald Trump is pretty much the type of leadership where, you should be glad you missed it, because the State of the Union address was boycotted by several Democratic members of Congress. They should all face impeachment hearings. Their states should launch the mechanism to remove their representatives, because the State of the Union is a constitutional mandate. The State of the Union is not something the president gives if he's so inclined. The State of the Union isn't something that the president does if he feels like it. The State of the Union is something that he gives because he has to. Excuse me. And the problem is, he lied in it, because that's all he does. There is nobody that is saying their life is better now than it was last year. There might be a few anecdotal cases of people whose life is better now than it was last year. But for the most part, people are worse off now than they were a year ago. Now, some people will try to make the argument that because it's only Trump's second year of his presidency, what he inherited was Biden's economy. And that is normally correct. Now, I want to foot stomp this. I don't think Joe Biden was a good president. I don't think Donald Trump was a good president the first time, for the most part. I think he did some really good things. I think that when you levy, just like I blame COVID for the end of Donald Trump's presidency, it's really hard to say whether or not Donald Trump's first term was effective or not, because in 2020, the country shut down due to COVID, and Bernie Sanders and his coalition got that $15 an hour, $600 a week federal kicker for unemployment. And as I've said, that was the accordion opening. That was 2 or 3 years of a great economy, because people doubled or more their income for up to 26 weeks. That's really powerful. That's really potent. But it puts markers into the economy, because I have to wolf down a piece of breakfast here. I'm gonna play. Oh, there's that. Why are we not on news articles? What's going on here? Oh, here we go. I'm going to play this clip this clip is Abigail Spanberger. She was in Congress. She is the Virginia governor. She flipped the governor's seat from Republican to Democrat of Virginia. She's the first woman ever elected to the office of governor of Virginia. I think she, with this speech last night, positioned herself as a contender for the presidency. For the presidential, I think this is her throwing her name in the hat. Let me pause the music and let me play this.
Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg. We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
No. No, the president is not. The president of the United States is not working to make life more affordable for you and your family, because the president of the United States is only looking at the situation from a 50,000-foot macro level. Donald Trump has, in the last year of his presidency, laid blanket tariffs on every nation, including our economic allies. Tariffs have a value. And the value of a tariff is when you want to protect an American industry from importing. So the way you break it down is, here's China, here's the US, here's Europe. Yeah, we can do a combined chat. I just need to get one set up. So China wants to send steel to America, and Europe wants to send steel to America, and America produces steel. Now, tariffs are good if America produces 9 units of steel and it only uses 8 units of steel. Then a tariff is good, because what it does is it prevents, right? You produce 9, you consume 8, so you have 1 unit of steel you're looking to export. And so Donald Trump sees tariffs and he says, I'm going to tariff steel. But the problem is, number one, the steel America makes is a much higher grade of steel. The steel China makes is a much lower grade of steel. So your tariff isn't protecting what you needed to do. The other problem is America produces 9 units of steel and we consume 30. A tariff in this situation hurts. It doesn't help. I'm gonna build a 10-story building in St. Louis, and I factor in all of my price points, my lumber, my aluminum, my steel, my concrete, all that, and then you slap a tariff on it. Well, now I can't afford to build the building. People say, well, you should buy American. But I didn't need to buy American steel because I don't need that quality of steel. I need cheaper steel. I don't need this like amazing, what I need to build 100-story skyscraper quality. I need the cheap Chinese stuff or the cheap European stuff. So people keep saying, oh, well, Donald Trump is protecting American business interests because he's laying these tariffs. Why then do we have a tariff on bananas? America produces less than 0.5% of the bananas that America consumes. Now, you could make the argument that we don't need bananas. You could make that argument. I like bananas. I find them a good source of potassium. I like them as a fruit. I think they're tasty. But I don't want to spend more and more money on a banana. It's not like I can grow a banana in my backyard. I don't live in a climate that allows me to self-do it. I can grow potatoes. I can grow cucumbers, tomatoes, squash, zucchini. But I can't plant a banana tree in my backyard. So people that blindly support the president, they say, oh, his tariffs are great. How is a tariff on bananas helping us? We produce less than 0.5% of what we consume. Even if somebody would make the argument of, well, America could change its focus and we could grow more bananas. Sure, great. The best estimates is that using massive tracts of land, we could grow 10% of our consumption rate of bananas. Now, why do I pick bananas? I could pick anything. Socks, t-shirts, underwear. I could pick anything. Yeah, I'm an hour early today because I got to leave a little bit early today. I have a dentist appointment. I like to, because I have subscribers, I like to always give subscribers a full show. Sometimes I got to leave a little early. So I started an hour early. I'm leaving 30 minutes early. The problem here is Donald Trump levied a tariff thinking he was the authority for how those funds get dispensed. The Constitution is emphatically clear. The President of the United States is the head of the executive. He is not the head of the legislature. The legislature controls the purse strings. The money that the tariffs are bringing are not for him to say, I'm going to dispense out to every person in America. If we say there's 290 million Americans in America, which is a close approximation, and he was talking about $2,000, he would need to get $580 billion to send out a $2,000 check to every American. Now, if we take it down a little bit, we take it down to 177 million adults, right? Then he only needs to make 354 billion. Now, I believe, all things considered, we've made about 354. We've made in excess of 354 billion. But are we going to see that $2,000 check? No. And even if we did see a $2,000 check, yeah, I'm aware. I just have to make a consolidated. I'm aware. We got updated almost immediately after Dan said it. The problem is, you might think that a $2,000 check would solve some of your problems. No thanks. But it doesn't. Because if we got 350, 550, $1 trillion in tariffs, whatever we got, that money better serves you paying down the national debt. Because as it is right now, out of the national debt, 18 to 19.5 cents out of every dollar goes just to pay the interest on the national debt. When Donald Trump passes, or he didn't pass, he ratified, he signed a budget that's $2 trillion, right? $2 trillion over budget. Elon Musk, I don't think very highly of Elon Musk, but the one thing he said that resonates with me is we're reaching a tipping point where this is the tipping point of the economy, and we're right about here. Once we tip over a certain point of our economy, it collapses because we won't be able to afford the interest on our debt. And that's where I know people are like, well, I could really use $2,000. Sure, I get it. $2,000 for a lot of people in my life would solve a lot of their problems. It would buy them a month and a half of breathing room on their rent. It would be a way to, not sweat the property tax or not sweat the car insurance bill. $2,000 would solve the problem of me making an extra problem. Yeah. For the smart people, they would take that money and they would understand $2,000 right on top of my mortgage today saves me $10,000 in interest over the life of my mortgage. But where all of the people in the government are hoping, and all the people in the economy, and all the people at the big box stores are hoping, is that you get that $2,000 and you buy a bunch of bullshit that you don't need. These are economic stimuluses. Was the COVID stimulus check for you? No, it was so that you would go out and buy stuff and jumpstart the economy again. So the answer to the question, is Donald Trump working to make your economic life easier? No, Donald Trump is actually taking steps that hurt the long-term economy of this country.
Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad?
Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? No, you don't put the $2,000 into a high yield account. If you have any debt, the thing about people saying invest, if you have a mortgage, your best investment is against your mortgage. Period. Dot. If you have credit card debt, your best investment, if you have credit card debt, is to take a stimulus package and pay down $2,000 on your credit card debt. People are like, oh, well, if you put it into, if you put it into a high yield savings account, guys, most credit cards are 12.9% or higher. In order for your $2,000 to outpace your credit card debt, you'd have to be getting a return on investment that's literally absurd. I think I just got, because I've been with Discover for so many years, what did Discover do for me? Discover gave me a 6-month, 12% interest rate. I never carry a balance. I treat my credit card like plastic cash. All the people that say, well, if you ever get a stimulus, you should invest it. You should only do that if you don't have any debt. You will never outpace. And of course, I have to be careful because you get the Bitcoin phenomenons where if you had invested in Bitcoin when it was $25 with $2,000, you would have had like $12 million. Yeah, I get it. There are some very once in a lifetime, lightning struck twice opportunities. Is the president working to keep people safe? No, he's trying to, but as you've heard me say, collateral damage has a very, very low acceptable number in combat. And we've had 2 American deaths in 2 weeks during one operation in an American city. Look, there was no reason for those 2 Americans to die. Well, you could say, well, he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. You're right, he shouldn't have been. Absolutely, he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. Protesting is illegal. Period. Dot. If you don't understand what the Constitution gives you privilege for, the word protest in and of itself indicates you're not peaceably assembling. You can rally, you can assemble, but when you put your hands on a federal agent, that's it. It's on like Donkey Kong. And we see he put his hands on a federal agent. Did that justify him getting shot? No, it did not. No, it absolutely did not. But you put your hands on a federal agent and you were armed. So if he hadn't been killed, his life would have been fucked up in a completely different way. Because remember, people are like, oh, well, unless you pull your weapon, well, then you didn't pay attention in concealed carry class. If you have a concealed carry license on you and you're concealed carrying, everything you do is considered armed, whether or not you pull your weapon, because you have the potential to pull your weapon. That's why most CCW instructors tell you, leave your gun at home. Like, unless you know you're going to need it or believe you're going to need it, leave your gun at home. And then don't go to places where you think you're going to need it because you're going to get asked that question. I don't have a problem with people concealed carrying. I think Texas is safe for a reason, because Texas has more armed people per capita than anywhere else in the United States. But is the president working to enhance our security? Not by alienating all of our allies. Not by reining in, and appreciate the sub. Not by not reining in Israel. Look at what President Trump said during the election. I will end the Ukrainian war in 1 month. President Zelensky pretty much told Donald Trump, no, I'm not giving up all of our eastern farmland. I'm not doing that. Ukraine, Israel needs your money. Dude, don't come in here and be a fucking mouthpiece. I'm not the Twitch streamer. If you're going to communicate, please communicate in reasonable, articulated sentences. Ukraine is winning the war in Russia now. For the last 4 months, there's been approximately 40,000 casualties on the Russian side every month. And the best intel reports say Russia's only being able to replace 35,000 a month. Israel has finally reached the critical mass turning point. They are turning the war where Russia can no longer send bullet sponges out. Russia's plan is the same plan Russia has had for the last 1,000 years of Russian history. We have a big population. We'll run you out of bullets. And then when you don't have bullets, we can move in. I did. There was a bipartisan bill to cap credit card interest rates at 10%, but it doesn't appear to have gone anywhere since being introduced last year. I don't think it was introduced last year. Let me look up. Texas is safer because nobody has any idea whether or not the people they're talking to are armed. Oh, because what they wanted to do. So, yeah, that one was badly written. The reason why that one was badly written is because they wanted to cap it permanently at 10%. Well, number one, you would have a date and time where all new credit would be capped at 10%. Here's, again, Bernie Sanders, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, Anna Paul Luna, Josh Hawley. They don't understand something. Most people survive on credit. Yeah, that grumpy old man hit the nail right on the head. If you cap credit cards at 10%, then credit limits will go down for the people that need them most. Access to credit will go down, right? Now, do I think that it should? No, because the banks, where they make their money, is they make their money on the transaction fee. The bank really doesn't want you to carry a balance. The bank, that's not what the bank wants. The credit card issuer, they don't want to carry the balance because the bank transfers the money for your purchase the day after reconciliation happens. So it's Monday, the 1st of the month, and your credit card bill closes out on the 30th of the month. On Monday, you make the purchase. On Tuesday, my store gets yesterday's reconciliations. That means the credit card company cites $1,000. The credit card company gave me that $1,000 29 days ago. That's money not in their bank account earning interest for them. Because remember, they're a credit card company, a bank, they're a lending institution because they were sitting on a mountain of liquid assets because that's how credit works. Now, the bank is happy enough to do that because the bank only sent me $976. You got your item, right? You got your $1,000 item. I get $976. The bank gets $24. Right? Now, but the bank could have made more money if they didn't extend you the line of credit and just held on to their money like a dragon. So you don't pay them at the end of the month. They charge you interest because they still don't have their money back. This is the thing where people get mad about mortgages. They're like, why is my mortgage so expensive? Why is there so much interest on my mortgage? Because you're asking the bank to do without their money for 15 years, for 30 years. And you're like, well, it's the only way I can afford a house. No, it's one way that you can afford a house. Another way to afford a house is to buy it cash. Well, there's no way I'll ever come up with $300,000 in cash. Well, don't buy a $300,000 house then. I know some people are going to be like, how dare you? The audacity of this guy. I just offered a friend of mine, real talk straight up. I offered a friend of mine, I've known her for 30 years. She's getting evicted again. And what I offered her was, I will buy you a piece of property. I will become your landlord. I will go back into the landlord business for one tenant. You will pay me. And then at the end of it, and when I've made my interest, because I'm going to pull the money out of a money market account, when the house is paid for and what I've lost by doing this for you is paid for, I'll deed the property back over to you. And she was like, you mean I'd own it? Yeah, you'll own it. But you have to pay, you're paying me. I'm the bank. Yeah, rent to buy. You have to pay me. I'm the bank. So here's where I'll buy it cash, but then here's my losses over the years. So you have to compensate me for my losses. So if in the first year you pay me back $10,000, well then after that, the next year those losses aren't applied because I have my $10,000 back. I put that back in the money market account. It continues to generate money. Yeah, most rent to buy is horrible terms, but I'm not looking to fuck my friend over. This is my friend. And it works out for her because, yeah, it's just not the mortgage. It's property taxes and insurance. Right, exactly. And I said, months that you're short, if you're genuinely short, show me the paychecks and we can adjust the rent slider, because all it does in my case is push when you finish paying it off. I don't have to have a fixed payment every month. And the property I was going to buy fell through. So I contacted her and I said, if you are really still hard up, there is a double wide trailer on a piece of property, great school district, but it's a double wide 3-bedroom trailer. She's like, I'd rather not live in a trailer. Okay, it's the best I can finance right now. It's not about accessibility to money, it's about accessibility to what's on the market. Where I live, the houses are $300,000. Could I pull $300,000 out, buy her a $300,000 house? Sure, I fucking could, but that's gonna take 400 months for her to pay back. I don't feel like financing somebody for 35 years, 39 years. First-time homebuyers don't consider when they're super excited is to get into a home, they have to save 1/3 of the cost of the mortgage for maintenance and increase that amount by 1% every year. The house is old. Not really. That number, it's 10%. It's 10% of the replacement value of the house. So if your house, when you get your line on your Like my house is 300,000, but the replacement price for my house is 180. The other 120 is for the computers and the clothes and the jewelry and the appliances and all the nitnoid shit. Because they factor all that in. Yeah, my house is 300,000, but it wouldn't cost $300,000 to rebuild it. There's a line on your insurance. It'll say this is the cost to rebuild. Right, but but the number you said is 1% for every year the house is old. That's incorrect. Because then if you have a house that's 120 years old, by your logic, you'd have to have 120% of the value of the house. Now, there's a line on your mortgage or line on your homeowner's insurance. It'll say the cost to rebuild your house is $179,500. Well, you eventually want to have an emergency fund of $17,950 because that pays for when the furnace goes unexpectedly, the water heater, the roof needs to get redone. You're constantly refilling this pool up to 10%. Now, should it just be sitting there in a bullshit savings account? No, put it in a money market account. Have it on rotating CDs. Take that. One of the things I do is, so you take, I'm just going to make it 20,000 because it's easier. Take that 20,000 and have 4 rotating $5,000 CDs, right? So they're each coming mature 1/4 of the year. And that way, if something happens, you pop it out. And Faye, I'm telling you, you're wrong. The age of the house doesn't impact how much money you should be setting aside. Because nobody that I know in contracting and real estate ever says this 1% by every year the house is old. It's 10% of the rebuild value of the house. And if some people say, well, what if I have a bunch of things go wrong at the same time? Then why the fuck did you buy the house? If you bought the house and it had an old roof, it had an old furnace, it had an old water heater, you should have had that shit replaced before you bought it. Or you should have gotten a home warranty system and knocked it out. Yeah, a 99-year-old house, I'd be better off buying a new house entirely. That's the problem. It's 10% of the rebuild cost of your house. And you're hoping that more shit than that doesn't go wrong at a time. Because you get warning signs when you start to get warning signs when your furnace is going out. Like, you're bumping the house up. Faye, you are basing it on the value of the house because you have a percentage of a number. You should not be basing your emergency fund as a percentage of your mortgage. Because your mortgage has nothing to do with home maintenance. What was her third point?
Is the president working for you?
No, the president of the United States isn't working for the American people. The president of the United States is working for the president of the United States. The president of the United States has said, for the work he's doing for the country should owe him billions. What has Donald Trump done to help this country? Sure, the credit card thing he wants to introduce, 1 year, 10% cap on credit card interest rates. I think that's good. I really genuinely do. I saw...
So you think that I should pay 70% of my...
I saw the governor of Illinois did something that was actually halfway intelligent. If you didn't hear about this...
Turn on for the watch. Prezi plane.
J.B. Pritzker announced that the state had eliminated $1 billion in medical debt for 500,000 people by purchasing it and erasing it for less than $10 million. This is my problem with debt collection in this country. If the hospital says, and this is what's terrible about American healthcare, if you get a bill for $15,000 from your hospital and you know you can't afford to pay it, immediately call them and say you want an itemized bill. by simply calling saying, I would like an itemized bill, 6 words. This bill is going to drop to somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000. They're going to take $5,000 minimum off the top of your bill when you itemize. Because they're not going to be able to justify $8 for a Tylenol. And I've seen this so many times working at the financial assistance shelter. Person comes in with a medical bill. They've got 10 line item numbers for Tylenol at $8 times 10 is 80. And you call the hospital and you're like, did you really charge this person $80 for 10 Tylenol? And they'll take it off because they know it won't stand up in court. Now they'll try to make the argument that, well, it's not that the Tylenol cost $8. It's that the nurse that has to bring the Tylenol, the pharmacist that has to dispense the Tylenol, because remember, nurses for the most part don't dispense medication. They draw it, but the vial has to come from the pharmacy. So they'll turn around and say, well, that $8 is all the people involved. And the judge is going to say, yeah, and you could have set a fucking bottle of Tylenol in the room and told the patient when to take the Tylenol, because we're talking about Tylenol. Donald Trump isn't working for you except 1 out of every 10 times where the sun shines on the dog's ass and the broken watch is right. I think some of the things Donald Trump wants to do are good. Donald Trump wants to get the 50 million people, or I'm sorry, the 11.99 million people that shouldn't be here out of the country. I think that's good. I think getting rid of 12 million people that are unlawfully here is good. I think looking at, it takes a lot of acetaminophen to fuck yourself up. I think it's a good thing to start reducing the number of visas. I think that's a good thing. I think that if these colleges are having to fill 50% of their seats with foreign students, that is the beacon is lit that we have an American education crisis on our hands. You have 50% of the seats at prestigious schools going to overseas students. No. You receive taxpayer money? No. Now, if these private schools want to become completely private and not rely on taxpayer money, and I mean all taxpayer money, that means they can't be in receivership of federal tax scholarships. Then do that. I'm 100% okay with that. You want to not play by the government's rules. Good. Then don't play with the government's money.
As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family.
For the people that keep applauding Donald Trump, a tariff is a tax. Any money collected by the federal government is a tax. It is the only mechanism by which the government can raise money. Property tax, tolls. What's a toll on a toll road? It's a tax to use the road. Property tax, it's a tax to own your house. Income tax, it's a tax to fund the government by taxing you when you work. When you get a paycheck, it's amazing to me how many people have never actually looked at their paycheck. Box number 2 on your W-2 is federal income tax. Box number 4 is Social Security tax. Box number 6 is Medicare tax. You pay 3 different taxes to the federal government on your paycheck, right? Either directly or indirectly. If they gain money through ownership of patents or whatever, yeah, but the government doesn't own patents. See, if our government was allowed to operate like a business, then our government could make money a lot easier in a lot of different ways. Our government helps research a drug. They tell the pharmaceutical company that they paid, we gave you $50 billion in research. You put in $50 billion. You can recoup up to $50 billion, then we recoup up to $50 billion, and then you can make $250 billion in profit, which we'll tax you on. And then at that point where you've made $250 billion that we taxed you on, now the government takes ownership of that drug and its distribution, and then we do cost plus 10%, or we do cost plus 11%, whatever it costs to produce the drug, source the materials, produce, that's what we sell that drug to then, the American people. You would go on GovX, you'd go to GovRx, and you'd say, I need amitriptyline, or I need insulin, or I need an EpiPen. And they would be like, no problem, here's the cost. Oh, you have TRICARE? Your cost is the shipping. Oh, you have Medicare? Your cost is 50% of the shipping. Oh, you have Medicaid? Your cost is nothing. You have Medicaid? We can't ship it to you because if you're on Medicaid, you're going to get your 6-month prescription filled locally. I've said for years, we need to change how we do services. We need to build little corner mini malls that are all a rat race. The first office right here is the admin office. You go into the admin office, this is where you apply for benefits. I had to apply for my daughter's benefits yesterday with her. The form itself, the computer system is so antiquated, they have fixed math formulas in there. In the memo section, we had to say, hey, we have no way to change this box. But her expenses aren't $1,900 a month. These are her expenses. But the box, when you click on it, it says, oh, if you're paying for utilities, this is how much the utilities are. The utilities are less than a third of what they want to give her the money for. But you go to your admin office, and I know this is going to rub some people the wrong way, but this is your drug testing office. You go here, you apply for your benefits. When you come here on your monthly rotation, if you're randomly selected, just like in the military, you go in that month to pick up you swipe your card, they load it. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. You have to go next door to the drug testing office. I'm not going to do that. Then you're not going to get benefits. Period fucking dot. You go in, they're going to say, look, and if you guys have never seen these, we're not talking about, we're not talking about having to ship off drugs to all over the world, right? 6960 right here. 6960. There's your 12 drug panel. Methamphetamines, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, cocaine, ecstasy, marijuana, methadone, methamphetamine, morphine, oxycodone. And then what happens is you can get the drug, they make these, but this is the standard set. The only one that takes 1 to 3 weeks is barbiturates. The rest of these, 2 to 3 days. But, oh, I'm sorry. That's not these are instant detections. That's how far back it tests. Sorry. Did that backwards in my head. You pee in the cup and the cup instantly changes color. So cocaine's only 2 to 3 days. And say people figure that out. And they say, oh, well, I missed my appointment on Monday. Cool. I can't help you today. Why? Because your appointment was on Monday. Well, man, I was just late. Can't I just get my money? No. We'll let you know randomly next week which day you have to come in. We'll call you the night before. Can we buy 20 million of those and send them to the military? Yeah, we should. But anyway, as I was saying, I deleted my picture. So you come in, you got the admin office, you got the drug testing office, you got the clinic. So as you're walking around, you're like, oh, let me pop into the clinic. Right? You got a little hardware store, you got a little clothing store, and then you have a market right there. When is this being applied to politicians? Okay, so I'm going to say this. I believe that every politician should have to piss in a cup before the voting week begins. I also think they randomly should be selected later in the week to piss in a cup. We waged a war on drugs in this country, and the only thing that happened is the biggest drug addicts got into government. I believe that if you get convicted of certain crimes, you should not be eligible to be in the government. And if not that extreme, I believe if you are convicted of certain crimes, your vote on that issue should return by proxy to the state. Because it's hard for me to say, we're going to deny you the right to run for office, because I don't want to take options out of the hands of the voters. It could be quickly weaponized, but it really couldn't. Because, hey, Jalan is on diagnosed benzodiazepine use. He's got a doctor's prescription. He's disabled vet. His state elected him. We know he's on benzos. So I piss in the cup and the benzo one turns red. They're like, Representative Jalan from Illinois today pissed hot on his piss test. Yeah, for benzos. Here's my script. When I ran, I told people that I took benzodiazepines. Because remember, Valium is a benzodiazepine. Xanax, I believe. Yes, Xanax is a benzodiazepine. Why did Representative Jalan test positive for benzodiazepines? Because he flew in on Sunday and he takes a Valium when he gets on an airplane. Or he takes a Xanax when he gets on an airplane. Holy shit, imagine that. Now, what would be the justification for why you tested positive for cocaine? Oh, there's none. But Donald Trump isn't working for the benefit of the American people. He's working for the benefit of Donald Trump. I saw Donald Trump talk about they're going to transfer $10 billion of U.S. operational money into the peace fund. I hope the moment he does that, they impeach his ass. In order to fund the peace fund, it has to be in the budget. Period. Dot. And unfortunately, the president of the United States has certain discretionary funds, but that's not one of them. If Donald Trump is so fucking rich and is shoulder to shoulder with all these rich people, and this board of peace is supposed to solve all the world's problems, why doesn't his allies put the 10 billion up? Oh, because they all know it's a load of bullshit.
And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill.
This is where, for the first 3 minutes, I was really on her side. Rural clinics in Virginia are not my problem. Rural clinics in Illinois are my problem. If they are rural clinics, why are you expecting the federal government to pay for them? Our biggest problem as Americans is that too much money from one state goes to the federal government to be divvied out to another state. Well, California has the 5th largest GDP in the whole world. Shouldn't they? No. California should be taking care of California, and then California should be reaching out regionally to Nevada and Oregon, maybe Colorado, because we need the states to work regionally. Well, they're still Americans. They deserve help from the federal government. That's why we have a $33 trillion deficit to begin with.
Championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not doing that. Because any tax makes it less affordable. But the whole purpose behind taxes is because you are a rational human being and you recognize that the original intention of public schools was to make the future better. Why am I okay with public schools? Because I need this country to stop being so fucking stupid. I need this country to get educated. I need this country to make positive progress in the right direction. It doesn't necessarily mean I need them to go in the direction I want. I can disagree on which of two good options we get. Isn't education what the commies wanted? No. Education is what everybody wants. It's like this. Education is the cornerstone of your ability to bring yourself up. Most people don't read. I know people that do not read above a 7th grade reading level that try to correct me on the Constitution and the Bible. And I simply look at them and I say, I'm not going to get into a debate with you because you read at the 7th grade level. Well, yeah, I can still read the Bible. No, you can't. You can read the dumbed down, altered Bible for illiterate people that's been watered down and changed to a 7th grade reading level. The King James Bible is an 11th grade or above reading level. And a lot of the other religious writings are graduate level. The Constitution is written at the 11th or 12th grade level, but the Federalist Papers are written at the graduate level. And most people have never read the Federalist Papers because we don't introduce them. We introduce the concept of them in high school. Well, we used to. I don't even know if they do now. I used to give the Federalist Papers to my students, and we spent an extra week on the Constitution going over some of the key Federalist Papers so people could understand what the goal was. Like, people will quote you all the time, separation of church and state. It's in the Constitution. No, it's not. Separation of church and state, that phrasing never appears in the Constitution. The only close thing to it appears in the First Amendment, but the concept of the phrasing separation of church and state comes from the Federalist Papers. We need to recognize our country has hit the expiration date. I wasn't taught the Federalist Papers when I went through it as a millennial. Right, because I would be willing to bet by the time you went through school, they were struggling just to teach the basic concepts of the Constitution. But they teach you, I watched so many teachers teach the Constitution test so that their students would pass it. Education and nutrition for kids is directly correlated to higher IQs? No, it can't be. Show me that correlation, because your IQ has nothing to do with your education. In fact, education can reduce your IQ because all your IQ tells is your teachability. And once you get taught in certain frameworks, you actually lose IQ points. IQ is a completely bullshit and absolutely bullshit testing mechanism. It's absolutely ridiculous. What happens is you get taught a certain way, you get taught because different, like you have a person with a PhD. They've been taught not only in a discipline, but they've been taught by a series of mentors, and you've adopted their framework. Now, you may have adopted their framework, rebelled against it, and constructed your own, but all of your education is frameworked. It's why you have a core requirement at the university. You have you have to take two history classes. You have to take 2 foreign languages. You have to take 3 humanities. But of the 3 humanities, you must take no more than 2. So you could take 2 philosophy or 2 art history, and then you have to take 1 philosophy. You have to take, if you're going to be a history major, you have to take U.S. history 1 and 2, world history 1 and 2, and geography. So that's 15 credit hours of your 60. If you're going to be a political science major, you have to take U.S. government, Congress and the presidency, your state government, because most of the time you have to take that. They give you these specific things. You can't just go to a university and take 40 random classes and get a degree called like cosmopolitan education. People overestimate the value of an IQ score. Just like the military overemphasizes the ASVAB. Some kids are very mechanically inclined, but they couldn't prove it on the ASVAB. Not because they couldn't prove it on the ASVAB, but because they've never... I saw some kids 20 years ago when I went to take my ASVAB, they had almost no computer literacy. If you had given them the old paper and pen ASVAB, they might have been okay. But there were kids that were actually thrown off because the Chicago MEPS had computer terminals. I know people that had gone from my recruiter's office. They had taken the computer test, done really terribly, and our recruiter arranged for them to go and take the paper test, and they did better. There was a IQ test that was given, I think within the last decade, to kids in Arizona, if I recall correctly. A lot of the kids scored really low because on the visual identification section, there was a record player. But the word they were looking for was phonograph, because that is the correct word. The kids saw phone and they said, well, it's not a phone. The kids didn't know what a record was. Saw an IQ, same IQ test had typewriters on it. The kids put keyboard because they were recognizing a component of the typewriter, but they got the question wrong. Well, that's because they were still dusting off a 50-year-old IQ test. My generation did really bad in Canada because they changed all the standards and implemented standardized testing. And when we were in first grade to get them all. Right. You were the first grade to get them all. Standardized tests are too crude to be used. The person that said that is the inventor of the standardized test. The problem with standardized education is that you assume every kid comes to you. If you're not familiar with this, school is tracked in a series of 0.9s. So my daughter is August, September, October, November, December, January, February. September, October, November, December, January, February. My daughter is in 7.6 right now. She's in the 7th grade. She's in the 6th month. The problem is my daughter reads at the 12.9 level. according to their system. Now, can my daughter read and comprehend works written at the college freshman level? No. But my daughter can read a fictional story written at the college freshman level. Because reading comprehension versus organic understanding are two different things. So her mom gets mad at me because her mom will be like, oh, she reads at the 12.9 level. I'll be like, yeah, but that doesn't mean what you think. She's not ready for college. She's ready to read fiction stories. She's ready to read thick readers. She's ready to read Robert Jordan or Brandon Sanderson. She's ready to read novel series that are going to be 7,000 pages long. She possesses the ability to remember main characters from the first book who haven't been talked about for 6,000 pages. But that doesn't mean she's ready to go in and start an organic understanding of college level material. Mainly because she just hasn't been exposed to the prerequisites. Yeah, The Way of Kings is so fucking long, especially the last book. And you just want to slap Brandon Sanderson because you're like, you made me read all these pages in the last book when about 37 pages would have told the story just fine. Now, again, I think this governor of Virginia that we've been watching, started off really strong. And then she did exactly what you don't want to do. She's criticizing Trump instead of just asking a question and saying, is Donald Trump doing this? That's for you to answer. What I'm doing is this. For the great state of Virginia, what I'm doing is this.
And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world.
We aren't the most innovative and exceptional nation in the world. We only lead innovation on a global scale in one category, and that's military technology.
Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service.
Okay, that right there. What she just did is eliminate any. She's at minute 426. She told people they're wrong. She told people, because there are going to be some people who have a psychosocial relationship with Trump. But you just said he's wrong. Well, that's not how you convert people.
My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped.
Okay. If you were doing your job and cooperating with ICE and Homeland Security and honoring detainers, then ICE and Homeland Security wouldn't be in neighborhoods. They would be at your jails and at your courts picking people up. What I do not understand is why you want to break your arm patting yourself on the back what the next question is, well, do you cooperate with ICE and Homeland Security? Some people will say, well, you shouldn't be arrested at your immigration court hearing. I got bad news for you. If you're an American citizen and there's a warrant out for your arrest, and the other state wants you, or the federal government wants you, or the other county wants you, they arrest you in the courtroom. The moment your court proceeding is over, there are people there to take you into custody. If we do that to our own people, which isn't wrong, by the way, I don't want you out of the system if you have an obligation to the system. Isn't that kind of the purpose of the bailiff, to fucking arrest your ass? It is. It's the role of the bailiff to maintain order in the courtroom and to take you into custody if the judge orders you into custody. You're there and you have a shoplifting charge, and I'm in the back of the courtroom with a warrant for your arrest for murder. The process is you have to go before the judge for arraignment on your shoplifting charge. And as the judge is speaking, I stand up and I just hold up a blue piece of paper. And the judge says, you, funny looking guy in the back. Yes, Your Honor, I have a warrant for the arrest of this individual. The judge is like, bailiff, take him into custody, take him down to processing. The funny looking guy with the tattoos is going to pick him up out of processing. That's how it should work. But you got judges turning around and opening side doors so people that are in the country unlawfully can leave the country. She turned around and she said, without a warrant, look, ICE does not need a judicial warrant to pick up people because Congress passed a law that says they can operate with administrative warrants. Because I'm picking somebody up, I can't get a judicial warrant to pick some of these people up because their infraction isn't a criminal offense. All the people who keep screaming judicial warrant, judicial warrant, judicial warrant, fine. Do you want to make overstaying a visa a criminal offense? No. Then stop asking for a judicial warrant, because a judge, if I go in front of a judge and say, Your Honor, I need an arrest warrant for a person who overstayed his visa, the judge is going to say, I need a U.S. code, a state code. I need something that the person, because you're taking them into custody for what? To appear before an Article 3 judge? A criminal judge? No, to deport them. Well, that's a civil infraction. Yes. So you don't need a warrant for that. Now, do you need a warrant to enter my business? Yes, you do. But that can be a writ from a magistrate. I need a warrant to enter into anywhere I need to enter that's on this person's list of employments, list of housings. Well, how do you know the person updated their paperwork? Well, if they didn't update their paperwork, they're in yet another violation. I think people have lost the narrative. I have a video attached for this one.
For the watch.
The detachment is this right here.
It says the quiet part out loud.
From Brooklyn, New York, we have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying I need more people in my district, but just for redistricting purposes. And those members could clearly fit here.
What a surprise.
You literally have the Democrats who their political centers are falling apart, who want immigrants because our census counts people. The people count determines representational seat. We should not be counting the 62 plus million people who aren't fucking citizens in our census. Congress, while it does represent the will of the people, the context in 1787 was the American people. You shouldn't have college towns being given more representation in a state legislature because 50% of the people living in that college town are non-US citizens. Because then my vote, my representative's vote is watered down. My representative is representing 50,000 Americans, and your representative is representing 25,000 Americans and 25,000 immigrants who aren't citizens. Remember, you have illegal immigrants. The only way to be an illegal immigrant is to be in violation of the law, which means you crossed at not a point of entry. Well, what about the people that overstayed their visa? They're still not illegal immigrants. They're here unlawfully. They're here against the law, but they haven't committed a criminal offense. If we want to criminalize immigration violations, do it. The majority of the rest of the world does. The majority of the rest of the world throws your ass in jail when you're there illegally, and then after you get out, then they deport you. You want to do that? Then that's what you're asking for.
Nursing mothers away from their babies, they have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not...
Okay, so I won't disagree with her. But are you cooperating with them? Because if I'm going to cooperate with you, and you show up at my police department with your faces masked, I'm going to say, I need you to remove your face coverings. Well, we're not going to do that. Well, then we're not going to go out onto the street and help you. Because I need to know. We're running a joint operation. I need to know the names of all the officers that are working with us today. Because, and to let you know, if I see you commit a crime, I'm going to arrest you. Well, they have federal sovereign immunity. You're right. They have federal sovereign immunity. As long as they are operating within the confines of their law enforcement duties, they have federal sovereign immunity. However, when they violate their own Department of Justice #1 manual on the use of force, they violated their sovereign immunity. How are we not already doing that? One of my dad's friends from Europe had 3 days left on his visa, so he booked a flight to the U.S. to vacation for a day and went back. I thought the law was more serious about this since my family treated it seriously. My family has always treated immigration law seriously. I have told my family, if I'm sponsoring your visa, you don't have to worry about ICE finding you if you overstay. Because if I sponsor you, I will find you. Because don't tarnish me and interrupt my ability to help other family members later on down the road. If you overstay, it's Papa J gonna be kicking down a door, deporting your ass. Fuck Dog the Bounty Hunter, you got Steampunk the Bounty Hunter. But that's because some people want to play by the rules and some people don't give a shit. It's like if you were here Monday, you heard the guy bitching and moaning and showing his ass and pissing on his feet about how he doesn't know the difference between the words fair and equal. You look, man, you're not happy with your lot in life. But you notice every time that one individual comes to my show and I ask, what have you done since the last time you were on my show? It's always, he won't answer my questions. I told you early on in this show, I have a friend who's a degenerate, I'll use the word degenerate, not by choice, but has never amounted to anything. And this is the mark. If your parents' socioeconomic status was here and yours is here, you failed. You failed if your mark of socioeconomic status is below your parents. My dad told me once, we were sitting at the table, and my dad said, after all his years of hard work, promotions, studying, working, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, he said, I make just about $100,000 a year. I said, just about 100 doesn't give me a target. What's my target number? And when my dad retired, that was his money. That was his dollar amount. And I said, okay, that's my goal now. because I got to do better than my dad. I got to do better than my father. Some people say, well, you don't need money if you have happiness. That's what losers say. That's that losers shit.
Just the quiet part out loud.
We need to stop. We need to stop repeating what the fuck the loser mentality is, right? I'm sorry, but some people say, oh, well, I don't want money, I want happiness. I've never been sad at Disney World. I've never been sad not having a mortgage. I've never been sad when I don't feel like cooking one night and I go out to Longhorn and I'm eating a $40 steak. People will be like, oh, well, I did my best.
Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. Your best.
Nobody likes that in your face challenge anymore. They're like, oh, I did my best. Fuck your best. Fuck your best. Do I have to make more than both my parents or just one? Just one. Just one. And then what you have to do, if you like this mentality, I'm gonna hit you with that Triple H shit so that you can be like, fuck, damn, mind blow. You have to make more than your dad. And you have to find a partner that makes more than your mom. Because if you want a family that makes more than the family you had growing up, you can't have pigeons and eagles with each other. And I tried to teach my daughters this, and some of them got it and some of them didn't. In life, we have pigeons and we have eagles. People don't. Eagles don't pick bread off the ground. Pigeons don't soar. Told my daughter once. My daughter was on par to be the valedictorian in high school. My daughter was one of the 5 smartest kids in her grade. Get her fucking percentile scores back on every standardized test, 99.9 percentile. But I said to my daughter, I said, hey, you got to make, I said this to her about 13, 14 years old. I said, you got to make a real hard choice here. It's going to be a lifelong choice. You got to make a real hard choice. I said, you have to decide if you want to be a pigeon or an eagle. And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, you have a lot of degenerate friends. You have a friend who's at 13 is already an alcoholic. You have a friend at 13, the mom is never there. You have another friend who's got problems at the home life. You have another friend who has problems with the home life. I'm like, you're just like me. You're just like your dad. You're a saver. You save people. I said, but I can afford to save people. You can't. What'd my daughter do? She turned into an eagle that eats bread off the pavement. Now, she's 20. One of her friends is pregnant or already had the baby, married. One of her friends, 20, already had the baby, married. The other one went through some shit. We'll leave it at that. But I said to my daughter, you're still an eagle picking bread up off the pavement. You need to remember what the fuck you are. You need to remember you're a fucking eagle. Adjusted for inflation? No. Why do people always want to take the easiest road out? What do you mean adjusted for inflation? What was your dad making? What was the size of the house? Get that. Why do you want to set the bar lower and lower and lower and lower and lower and lower and lower? Fuck. Why is it people are afraid to set a big goal and then miss it and still be better off than they wanted? I remember sitting around, I was enlisted, we were in tech school, and our colonel walked out. She snuck up on us. We had just blocked up that day. And she snuck out the door behind us, and we were, if you've been in the military, you know what a roach coach is. It's these little dining buildings that they have where you can't get to a DFAC. So we're just sitting there, we're having breakfast sandwiches at the roach coach because the Army and the Navy had a different test requirement than we did. So the 6 of us are sitting there, and we're sitting there, and Colonel Sinosalski, great woman, she walks up to us We all fumble fuck around trying to stand at attention at a picnic bench. She's like, Eddie's. She said, I got a question for all of you. She's like, what rank do you want to be before you retire out of the military? She started across from me, so I was going to be the last person to speak. And you have people that are like, oh, ma'am, I'm only going to be an E5. I'm getting out after my tour. I'm taking this BMET training. I'm going to get a civilian job. And she's like, okay. And another guy said, oh, I'm E7. E7 is where I think I'd be comfortable. If I get to E7, I only want to do 20 years. She got this like real disappointed look, like this disappointed mom look on her face. She gets around to me and I said, ma'am, I'm going to be a general. And she got this like real serious look on her face. She's like, really? I said, yes, ma'am. This is my career plan. I'm going to finish my BMET training. I'm going to take every opportunity to get active duty orders so I can get my 5 and 7 level as quickly as I can. And then I'm going to try again for officer training school. Well, she was there bullshitting with us for a few minutes, and she, the instructor came out and she said to I was the red rope. She said to my yellow rope, tell him the red rope's going to be a minute. So they all walk away and she looked at me and she says, if you're really going to be a general, you got to be a lieutenant. If you want to be a lieutenant, let me know. I'll write your letter. Well, I got home and I decided, well, you know what? I'm going to apply for OTS. When I emailed her, she wrote me a beautiful fucking amazing letter for OTS. She was the lowest ranking officer that wrote me a letter because she passed my name up to the base commander and a 2-star wrote a letter for me. The job I was at, my 1-star wrote me a letter, kicked it upstairs to try to get a 3-star letter from the vice, and the 3-star kicked it up to the 4-star. On your OTS commissioning board date, you're supposed to find out like 5 or 6 days after the board because they get thousands of applications and they got to rack and stack them. I was at headquarters. I was a tech sergeant at the time. Phone rings. I pick it up. I said, good morning, Sergeant so-and-so. And they said, Sergeant so-and-so, this is just a courtesy. You have to keep this under your hat. You can't officially announce, but welcome to the OTS class of 2009. Thank you, sir. Hung up the phone. I had $1 million smile on my face. People always want to say the smallest possible goal. Kids that are going to school, what's your goal? To get my degree and get a job. Okay. A job making how much? There was a person in we run a little development for the local kids. The kid picked 3 college degrees. The kid picked journalism, sociology, and political science were the kid's 3 degree choices. And they said, I don't know which one I should pursue. And all these parents are giving all this bullshit, millennial, jerk me off, participation trophy nonsense advice. Do whatever your heart desires. Do whatever makes you happy. Do whatever. I responded, I said, do you want to be able to feed a family of 4? Do you want to be able to own a house before you're 50? Do you want to be able to do these things? And the kid responded, he's like, yeah, I'd like to get married. I'd like to have 3 kids. You want 3 kids? Dump all 3 of those fucking degree choices and give me 3 real degree choices. Journalism? Fucking jerk me off. You're going to go get a degree in journalism? Great. You're going to spend 10 years as a freelance writer. Hopefully at the end of 10 years of being a freelance writer, you'll get a staff job. You're going to spend another 5 to 6 years as a staff researcher and a contributing writer. Maybe by the time you're 36, you might get a story printed where you get your very first adult grown-up byline. Another 10 years, you might be a department assistant editor. By the time you're 50, you might be an editor. Print media is going right out the fucking door. Well, there's some people that go right out of college and get jobs at magazines. You're right. But they had an in. They knew somebody. All these people talk this mad shit about you can make it on your own merits. Sure, you can make it on your own merits if you feel like fucking rowing a rowboat with only one oar. Go ahead. But you're going to make a whole lot more progress if you have two oars and you're putting your back into it. Yeah, and by 60, mainstream media no longer exists. The number of journalists we need is at an all-time critical low. Did you see how... I have respect for Asmongold, even though he's fucking obliterated me on one of his streams and gave me accolades on another one. I have the utmost respect for Asmongold. Number one, he's making a fuckload more money than everybody gave him credit for. Number two, Asmongold is getting looked at by professional media people because he's now no longer a 15-minute of fame phenomenon. Right? He is quite literally like a mainstream voice of America. I wish something completely unrelated. I can't, maybe it'll pop into my head. But Asmongold, it wasn't a video game thing. It was a social thing. And like a major sociology organization was reviewing what he had said. But how many Asmogolds are there going to be? Yeah, I respect, he said, why can't I make a living playing video games? Who made that rule? My dad apologized to me. 5 years ago when I started my corporation and I called my father and we were talking, he was like, I should have believed in you because you've been successful at every other thing you've put your mind to. I was in a position at the very onset of streaming to have been a voice. Now, I probably would have given that up to go military, but there are just some people that are going to be successful at what they do because they don't want to play. What are these rules, guidelines, guardrails, restrictions? Fuck all that. Fuck all that. You're not going to follow those rules.
Investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that.
I do think about that. If you did your job as the governor of Virginia, there would be no illegal immigrants in Virginia because you would crack down in conjunction with federal law enforcement to revoke business licenses of people who hire illegal immigrants. We need to stop being a divisive government. We need to have unity. Look, if you don't like the way immigration law is written, as a governor, you have a mechanism to change the Constitution. You can work with your state assembly, and they can start laying the groundwork to call for a constitutional convention. But again, we need to stop playing with people's emotions. I don't give a shit if it's a mother here illegally. I want the mother and her kids out of the country. Well, what if she has to go back to a war-torn? I don't give a fuck where she has to go back to because of this simple story. I know an American little girl who lost 4 toes on her right foot because she was living in the car with her mom and she got gangrene in her foot from frostbite. That was an American girl, an American mom who can't get shelter assistance, but we're sheltering people from foreign countries. Look, I'm sorry, but it's called charity at that point. Yeah, war-torn, like fucking Detroit, Chicago suburbs, East Side, Atlanta, Oakland. We got fucking war-torn poverty in America, East St. Louis, right? We've got some of the worst poverty areas on par with these other areas, right? And I'm not saying I don't want to be charitable, but communism works on a very local, one tribe level, not even a village. Communism works on like a one tribe level. Socialism works on a one neighborhood level. It doesn't work on bigger than that. East St. Louis was the murder capital of the planet for 1 year. There were more murders in East St. Louis than anywhere else on the globe.
Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
That's bullshit. Okay, I'm sorry, but you started off really, really strong, and now you're taking pot shots. You keep saying, no, East St. Louis was worse. East St. Louis and Chicago are both in Illinois. East St. Louis was worse. Because remember, it's murders per capita. Chicago had more total murders, but Chicago's metropolitan area is also about 7 million people. There were more murders per capita in East St. Louis because you're talking more murders per people.
After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again.
Okay, so she's not wrong. The idea of speak softly but carry a big stick is important because you got to have the big stick. But we've had numerous presidents in a row that if you want to see how a president should behave, you watch The West Wing. And I know it's a TV show, but a TV show is able to frame things in an altruistic utopia, desirable end state. The world needs to come back to the realization that the U.S. is not to be fucked with. The U.S. is the big dog asleep on the porch. Let sleeping dogs lie. I don't see a reason for us to attack Iran. I don't see a reason. I don't see credible threat to attack Iran. Well, they're developing nuclear weapons. No, they're not. If Iran wanted to get a hold of nuclear weapons, Iran could get a hold of nuclear weapons. They're developing light water reactors. Now, if we had credible intel that they were going to develop weapons-grade uranium, weapons-grade plutonium, then we can turn around and we can do some threat assessment and we can do some intervention. But Iran has been developing nuclear weapons and is 6 months from nuclear weapons for my entire life. The entirety of my existence on this planet, Iran has always been 6 months from having the bomb. Pakistan has the bomb and they fucking hate us. Have they bombed us? Russia has the bomb. India has the bomb. China has the bomb. There's only one nation on the planet that has ever deployed nuclear weapons. America. America maintains a nuclear arsenal that is mind-boggling large. Let's get rid of half of it. Let's cut our nuclear weapons expenses in half. Why? Because we have nuclear attack submarines with just a conventional payload capacity that can put a country back to literally the 1800s without reloading. America's nuclear arsenal could irradiate any, irradiate any, America's nuclear arsenal can destroy this planet 6 times over. I like what he said about nuclear weapons. He said, we don't need nuclear weapons because we see you have nuclear weapons and it didn't help you in Iraq. You should be ashamed of having nuclear weapons. Right. We had nuclear weapons. And Osama bin Laden hit us with the largest terrorist attack on our nation. Did having nuclear weapons stop him? No. Timothy McVeigh, up until 9/11, had the distinction of the largest domestic terrorist attack in America. Did he give a shit that we have nuclear weapons? No. Does India produce tens of thousands of nuclear weapons? Well, let's say thousands of nuclear weapons? No, because they don't want to invest in the maintenance and infrastructure. They don't want to have that many nuclear weapons. They have enough to make Pakistan disappear. Pakistan has enough to impact India. Russia has nuclear weapons. Has it helped them in the Ukraine? No. Some people would argue with, oh, well, the rest of the world hasn't gotten involved because Russia threatened to use nukes. Yeah, This last month or so, F-16s have become part of Ukraine's standard operating arsenal. And everybody knows that the U.S. trained those pilots. Did Russia nuke the U.S.? We're talking about the fucking boogeyman from the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s. Ooh, the threat of nuclear war. Why am I not afraid of nuclear war? Because strategically speaking, I'm inside of the flash range of one of the top 5 strategic targets in the United States. If nuclear war happens and I'm at home, I won't even. No, we did train those pilots. The Ukrainian F-16 pilots, we trained them. They came to America. Something like 60 pilots and 600 ground maintainers. We've been training them for the last 18 months. I believe that they finished flight school as quickly as they did because I don't believe that they went through the entire global threat assessment courses. I believe they just went through Russian air tactics. We trained them on that and then sent them back. We trained all of them. Their maintainers have been graduated out of maintenance school. No, we do we officially claim it. We officially claim it. We absolutely said we're training these individuals. And we should train those individuals. We should train them. It's like the people talking about they're not going to use the F-35. We're no longer going to purchase the F-35. Great, don't purchase the F-35. All these countries mad at America said, we're not going to purchase that. Great, don't buy it. You want to have an inferior weapons system? Have an inferior weapons system. Part of the reason all these nations having F-35s was good for them is because if we're supporting you and you have F-35s in the air and you're linked into the tactical grid, then anywhere the F-22s are, they're doing threat assessment to protect you as well. You don't want to buy it. You want to go with these other jets that you don't understand, air-to-air threat. You want to say that these other jets are better, then they're better for what you want. They're better. You believe they're better. Great. Buy those. No problem.
Is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented.
Okay, and it's fine to say that. But how? Who? Where? Like, yes, Donald Trump went to the Middle East, secured loans for himself, business deals for himself, should have been impeached for it. Period. Dot. The president is not supposed to conduct business that benefits him while he's acting in the office of the president. But where are your examples? Let's see if she has any.
There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms.
Now that is true. See, now she's hitting it. You wanted to build a ballroom with your name on it. You put your name on the Kennedy Center. You did these things. I hope the next president comes in and is like Xerxes and just removes Donald Trump's name from every page.
Putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them.
Okay, let me say this. You walked out of school. Why are you supporting civil disobedience in school? What value is there in students walking out? The answer is zero. Your job as a student is to go to school, sit down, shut up, get an education, accept some, listen to all, but accept some, and figure out what's fact and what's shit. But the problem is you're applauding students walking out of school. I want to give all those students that did walkouts examinations to see what their education level is.
We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-age...
So what you're saying is, all I've heard the governor of Virginia say is people can be here unlawfully. And you're not going to work to get rid of them. Look, it's not that I don't like illegal aliens. It's that remove everyone who shouldn't be here, fix all the systems, and then become a nation of legal immigrants. But you cannot simultaneously say what ICE is doing is 100% wrong when, case in point, rent is high, housing is high. Those things are high because of a lack of supply. If you got rid of 12 million people out of this country who aren't here lawfully, you would now suddenly have 12 million people's worth of housing available for other people. We have 50 million immigrants in this country here on visas, but we have 7 million men who have left the workforce. 7 million men. I don't know the number for women. We have 7 million men who are work capable, who aren't working. That's a problem.
Daughters, I am inspired by their bravery. but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans.
They wanted something different. That was a missed opportunity to say something better. Look, I don't know if you're good or not, but you literally just said you weren't Donald Trump and you weren't a Republican. That's why you won the election. Well, when you have a two-party system, you're always going to have this rotating, excuse you, I need that. That's mine. Are you going to run the show? She said immigrant parents, not illegal immigrants. That's the bullshit everyone has up in arms. People leave out the illegal part and lump them all together. Right. Where the problem becomes is that if you have a two-party system, people aren't voting for you. They're voting not for him. If you saw the Kamala Harris numbers, people, the Donald Trump won the popular vote. Republicans almost never win the popular vote. Democrats self-reported, I voted for Donald Trump, and then the rest of the people I voted Democrat because I was pissed off that Kamala Harris didn't allow the primary, the convention, to become the primary. Kamala Harris's biggest mistake, well, first of all, she's illiterate as fuck and she can't give a speech without following a teleprompter. But she should have gone into the convention and said, I understand that by our rules, there are a number of delegates locked to vote for me. I release you to vote however you want to vote. Let's have a convention. Let's have some candidates. Let's have a process. She might not have won, but the Democrats probably would have won. But because she went in with the same sense of entitlement that Donald Trump has, like she was going to lose because she had more to lose. There's a really great book by Orson Scott Card. It's called Empire. There's a political guy who manufactures a lot of stuff. He pulls a lot of strings to create an event. But what he does is he says, the left, the one party is saying I should be president. The other party, a lot of them are saying I should be president. What I won't do is I won't run for president unless I am chosen by both parties to be their candidate, because that's the only way we're going to have the unifying healing factor that we need to fix the problem. We need a country right now. We need a candidate right now that doesn't possess the ability to be bipartisan. The only way this country gets fixed is if we have a no shit bipartisan next president that gets like 75% of the overall vote. Biden was a not Trump vote, but Trump too was a definitely not this shit vote. Absolutely.
Independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned.
Okay, so I don't agree with her, right? I don't agree with her that people are going to naturally agree that the Democrats are working to make America safe. I think the Democrats, especially because I'm in a sanctuary state, I think the Democrats are doing things that are absolutely hurting the safety and security of this country. I'm not saying that immigration is bad. What I'm saying is, you have people coming to this country who shouldn't be here, who are here, who are committing crimes, but Democratic governors and Democratic mayors are allowing those people to remain. Like, look, if I was appointed King of America, I would simply tell all the governors and all the mayors, real simple, if you do not make a statement clarifying your sanctuary city, sanctuary state status, then I will charge you with treason. I will have my Department of Justice look at the situation and whether or not you are in a state of insurrection. The Constitution does not give governors any power of immigration. The Constitution does not give mayors any power of immigration. You cannot say you're working to keep people safe when you have criminals. Now, everyone wants to say, well, they're ripping the children out of the arms of the mothers. No, they're not. No, they're not. Let's go after the people who have committed crimes and shouldn't be here. Are you on a visa? Yes. Did you commit a crime? Yes. You got to go. Why? Because you violated your visa. We have enough domestic violence in this country. We don't need people coming over here and bringing their domestic violence with them. We have enough pickpockets. We have enough shoplifters. We have enough murderers. We have enough robbers. We don't need to import that shit. But why do we? What I said on Monday's show was, why does it take a special kind of person to bring drugs into Saudi Arabia? Because in Saudi Arabia, they execute you for drug smuggling. And they still behead people for drug smuggling. Think about that for a moment. In the US, if you get found guilty of drug smuggling, you're going to spend a decade, 2 decades in jail. In Saudi Arabia, they're going to cut your fucking head off. So if you have to choose to smuggle drugs into Saudi Arabia or smuggle drugs into the United States, right off the bat, which country seems like the one you're going to do? Yeah, anything that, whether or not the federal government has reserved the authority of immigration, yes, it has. Only the federal government has the authority to execute immigration. The Supremacy Clause of the United States is that anything that is federal and reserved by the federal government is the federal government's. And the 10th Amendment says anything that's not the purview of the federal government is the purview of the states. The states do not have any authority over immigration. Period. When you enter the country, you are not, when you land at customs, you're not in the country yet. You wouldn't risk committing any crimes in a nation that beheads. No shit, right? Have you ever been to Singapore? Why is Singapore so fucking clean? Because they cane people for littering. If I went to Singapore, I kid you not, if I went again, I kid you not, I would put my mouthpiece in. For the first couple of days that I was there, I'd put my mouthpiece in. Just stop myself from spitting. Now, I did consciously think about it when I was down at Disney, and I realized I don't do that at Disney either. I do it when I'm walking around my neighborhood if I'm walking. But yeah, you get caned for vandalism. So they have really nice, clean places. I'm not saying that I agree with that level, but I respect what they're doing. Other countries, you get a DUI, they drop you off in the desert, and you have to walk back. Other countries, you steal, they cut off a finger. And then guess what? They cut off a finger. Everybody knows that you're a thief because they cut off a finger. We've got to get out of this mentality that we can't fix the problems. But we got to also get out of this mentality of it's us or thems. It's red versus blues. It's the North versus the South. It's the Republicans versus the Democrats. It's the liberals versus the conservatives. Both sides have good answers. They should dust off the guillotine with the public execution of acts of treason. Most people would fall in line just from showing them that no one is above the law. You're right. But how can, like right now, how can you do that with who we have in office? Yeah, we give DUI attempted murderers a hug and tell them it's okay. I tell you this story. There's a road in like Park Forest. It runs through. It's state road. Forgot what the name of it is. This side of the road is Cook County. This side of the road is Will County. Direction of travel is like this. If people are driving and they're about to be pulled over, they will pull over here into Cook County. Because then they were arrested in Cook. They're hoping they get taken to Cook County jail because DUIs are, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. But in Will County, they routinely get 30 days in jail. Now, this is 20 years ago. When you have one county that gives people 30 days in jail and one county that gives them on their first and second offense, it's okay. Well, no shit. No wonder why people want to be arrested for it in Cook County. Cook County jail is full. Will County jail isn't. Why are we setting it up where people, like, we had gypsies, not that gypsies are bad, but the group of people that was doing it, they knew the law so well, they were coming to the mall every third or fourth day and shoplifting because they were hitting lots of places. They knew if they got arrested, they would be taken to jail, given McDonald's dinner, McDonald's breakfast, appear before the judge, and one of them was carrying $1,000 so they could pay their fine and get out. Well, what the fuck? You're there for court, and the person is, they're literally like, well, this is your 15th grand larceny offense. The fine is $1,000. And they're like, here's my $1,000. I think if somebody shows up with $1,000 in cash and it's their 15th offense, that should automatically be jail time. When the only penalty for a crime is a fine, only the poor are criminals. Drunk drivers should lose their license forever. I think we have to be careful with an absolute they should lose their license forever. Because we still have a very inaccurate gauging of the level of intoxication. I think if you get into an accident and your blood work and your alcohol, your breathalyzer comes back that you were drunk, absolutely. You don't have to get in an accident and hurt somebody or kill somebody. I think if you got into an accident, you should lose your license forever. I think there are some people, I want to preface this with, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying it's a reality that we have to unravel. We have people that are functional alcoholics. We have people who 0.08 doesn't impair them at all. Their life is a 0.08. Their life is a 0.1. You'll almost never find their blood alcohol level below 0.08. They wake up in the morning and they take an eye opener. You have the people that wake up in the morning and whatever was in the glass from the night before that they didn't finish, they start their morning off with a shot. Those people might have a blood alcohol level of 0.11 and you'd never know. Meanwhile, you can have somebody, because we don't even have an exact science for how blood alcohol works. If you're a 100-pound small girl or small guy, you can have 2 drinks and be over a 0.08. But we tell people it takes 3 drinks to get above the legal limit. You can have somebody that crushes a 6er and then can get in the car and drive to the liquor store and buy another 6er. And you could pull them over and you wouldn't even notice. Now, you might smell the alcohol, but you might be pulling them over for a blown out taillight. And if you don't do an alcohol investigation, you'll never know they're drunk. I think we have to recognize a lot of people are impaired because their lives suck. I think we also have to get into we have to have a really serious debate as we decriminalize marijuana. Because what's the impact of marijuana on people? I'm cool with it being legal. I'm cool with it being legal and being taxed and raising tax revenue. They just did this recent study that showed that 21-year-old to 25-year-olds are drinking less alcohol and they're using more weed. Whatever your opinions on marijuana are, truthfully, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You're getting 6 benefits and 6 detriments, no matter which way you go. But some people, yeah, if you're from the Balkans, 3 beers don't even faze you. Your beers have a higher percentage of alcohol in them, and that's common. You're from the Balkans. You don't drink. Beer is water. And if you remember this, Irish kids used to go to the pub with the pail and bring their old man a pail of beer for his lunch. Like, that was lunch. That's just how they are. You don't notice beers until 10 plus there in Belgium? Yeah. But where that becomes problematic is a lot of those countries, you walk back to the house after you've been at the pub. So, but we have kids that they turn 21 and they're getting high as shit. Yeah, beer is water, we like. There you go. Or public transit. Yeah. I think we've got a lot of problems, but we need to be asking ourselves the question of why are young people turning to weed? Just young people are turning to weed the same reason why kids that are teenagers steal cigarettes or vape, because they're looking for a stress relief. Well, why is life so stressful? Because drunk as fuck, go to the kebab shop and then take a bus home. Yeah, man, ours was a burrito shop. Fucking $1 burrito about the size of your head. Those were amazing. But kebabs are amazing. The only problem with kebabs is kebabs are a little rough to throw back up. They're not comfortable coming back. They're not comfortable coming back up. But I do love me a good kebab. I do love a good kebab. Little kebab, pull it off the kebab, put it into a pita. Oh yeah. Shit, I'm getting hungry right now. But we've got to face a lot of people are just miserable. I said this the other day and somebody agreed with me. The reason why Americans and Westerners are so miserable is because we never taught people how to be happy. People don't know what happiness is supposed to look like anymore. Shit, man. You know the number of miserable people I saw while I was on vacation at Disney World? What the fuck has got to be wrong with your life, right? Where you're miserable at Disney World. People don't know how to leave. Like, if you guys have ever heard me tell the story about how I survived stressful military time, it's called the tree theory. So I pull up after work, I get out of my car, I walk over to my tree, I talk to my tree for a second, and I say, hey, tree, I've got all these performance reports to write for tomorrow. We've got an exercise starting next week. One of my guys got a DUI. Hey, tree, hold on to these problems for me. I'm going to give the tree my problems. And then I go in my house. So then when I go into my house, husband is walking in the house. Dad is walking in the house. The lieutenant didn't walk in the house. The captain didn't walk in the house. The captain hung his worries on the tree. The next morning when I go to work, I talk to the tree and I said, okay, what was it I have? What am I facing today? Oh yeah, I have 6 performance report. We have an exercise starting next week and I got to deal with stupid's court-martial. I had a lot of really good bosses that respected that I was old to be a lieutenant. I was 30 when I became a lieutenant. Lieutenants are normally 21, 22. I had a lot of good leadership that respected I had a family. I almost never call people at home because unless it's life, limb, or eyesight, I don't need to call you at home. That was a culture change I tried to make always. I don't want to disturb you at home. I want home to be the time you're with your family. I remember we had this situation. I was a soccer coach for a kids' youth league. It was Saturday morning. We had the second game. About 9 o'clock, I was over at the field. I was getting ready to take the field at 10, and my BlackBerry rings, and it's the base. And they're like, we're evacuating all of the aircraft from the base because of an impending tornado. And I said, okay, what do you need from me? They said, we don't need anything from you. We're just letting you know. I said, thank you. I called my dispatch center and I said, hey, it's the lieutenant. And they said, hey, we've already brought in all the people we need. I said, okay, you guys are good? Yeah. I said, I need you to call me on the 30, every 30, and tell me what our status is. So, 10 o'clock, they're like, do we call you at 10? I said, no, call me at 10:30. So 10:30, I'm coaching, my BlackBerry rings, I'm in the middle of coaching. They said, we're this many away, this many filled, this many total. Said, roger that. Finishing up with my team, give them the rally speech, the juice boxes and the snack. I'm walking back to my car the next half hour. And they said, we're this many away, this many 100% fueled. We're waiting for this, that, the other. I said, okay, no problem. I went home. I threw a uniform on. I drove to the base. I'd already ordered breakfast burritos and donuts. I grabbed those on the way in. I walked in. My people were there. I walk in. I start feeding my people. I got boxes of coffee, jugs of juice. I'm feeding my people. This bitch and a half of an OPSO that we had, she walks in and she's like, well, where have you been? I said, I was coaching soccer. She's like, well, you should have been here in front of all of my people. And I said, can we take this into my office? So we step into my office and I said, I have zero fucking value here during routine operations of fueling aircraft. I don't run the fuels control center. I'm not a spotter. I'm not a driver. I'm not a pumper. I don't operate that. What I do is continue what I'm doing, lead from a phone, bring in food for my people, get the after action report, and then they leave, and then I know what's going on. That's what I do. What do I need? Why do I need to disappoint 14 kids from the community because they don't have a coach, so they can't play. And she gives me this look and she's like, well, you need to reprioritize your priorities. Maintaining good relationships with the community that surrounds the base is a really important priority. I said, we run a youth developmental league. We get an awful lot of good publicity for that. I said, my people are fed, my people have coffee, my people have juice. What's the problem? She didn't get it. So over the weekend we had a tornado. That's why we evacuated, fucking words, all of the tails that we could. We put all the other tails into hangars that couldn't evacuate. Monday morning comes along and she puts on the fucking slide what my arrival time was. And my 06 looks at her and says, do you think he wasn't in communication with me? And all the color drained out of her face. And she's like, well, I think it would have been important for him to be on base. And he says, I came to the base because my kid is on his team. And I told him he has no practical value during routine operations. So finish up coaching, get my kid home for me. I'll go to the base. My boss's boss's boss was on base and knew precisely where the fuck I was. Did I tell her that? No. Did I let her get her ass ripped? Abso-fucking-lutely I did. She didn't apologize. But my boss's boss's boss knew where the fuck I was. My wife couldn't jump in and coach because she was pregnant. The problem is, we have an awful lot of bad leaders in every aspect of our lives. We have, like, the school called me today. The school called me and they said they had their problem. I said, oh, well, while I'm on the phone with you, you guys haven't closed the loop with me on this. The woman literally said, oh, I'm sorry, I meant to call your wife. Yeah, but while you're on the phone, on Monday, you guys know I changed my hours for my show on Monday from my wife's minor surgical procedure. They called my wife and said, your new arrival time is just before 3. Well, we're in the car at 2:30, almost at the hospital, and they call and they're like, where are you? My wife is like, we were told to be there by 3. No, you were supposed to be here 15 minutes ago. So not even giving them an opportunity, I start talking so that the nurse could hear me. I say, well, then they need to figure out what's wrong with their side because they called us and they moved us by 45 minutes. I'll drop you off at the door and then I'll park the car. So you'll be there in 5 minutes. I didn't ask. I wasn't going to give her the opportunity to reschedule us. I will do this. You'll be there in 5 minutes. That's the ends of it. You seem knowledgeable in Europe's social democracy. Where do you stand compared to USA's full-blown capitalism with low social safety? That is a great fucking question. Okay. So here's the problem. Europe engages in heavy amounts of social safety nets, which is good. But individuals in European countries who are successful accumulate about $500,000 to $1 million less of personal wealth than a person who is on the same tier as them in America. European countries can have social democracy because you're each in a micro economy and you have a lower population count, which means overall you have less slugs in your society than America does. A really interesting point for Europeans to hear is we have more people on one of our social medicine policies than you have people total in your country. unless your country's population is over 77 million, we have more people on Social Security, retirement, and Medicare than you have people total. You also have the advantage of you don't have expansion the way America does. Some of your countries are 1,000+ years old. Now, the name might have changed, the flavor might have changed, the Constitution might have changed, but if we really get down to the roots of it, some of those nations are 1,000+ years old. Your towns are hundreds of years old. America is still, we're still go west, young man. Shit, we still have the Scottsdale Basin in Arizona. It hasn't reached its border. In my lifetime, the area around Chicago used to end, and then you had this little teeny tiny place called Naperville, which was kind of growing. And like another 30 minutes past that, you had this little teeny tiny shithole called Aurora, where Wayne's World was growing. Now Aurora has grown, Naperville has grown, Chicago has grown, and it takes you over 2 hours from the time you leave the center of Chicago and driving to get away from the metropolis. Think about that. We travel for 2 straight hours. Delaron lives in a place that used to be Nowheresville. I know where D lives. He used to live. Like, I had a girlfriend out where he used to live. It used to be cow tipping country. Now you have to drive past that to find rural. Europe has a massive advantage that your population's kind of capped and stabilized, and even shrank in some places. There is something to be said about European countries. You're more homogeneous. Some of your countries are experiencing rapid backlash now because your leadership has allowed immigration. The problem with immigration, again, I love Crusader Kings 3, the video game, the talking points. You get like cultural problems, you get corruption, you get the blending of two cultures. Well, that is painful. Yeah, you're still expanding, but you're replacing homes with flats. What you're doing is you're doing evolution. You're not doing expansion. You're doing evolution. You're evolving upward. You're building a 3-story building that can house 3 families on the same parcel and spot that would only host 1 family. We're still expanding. The United States could easily house 700 or 800 million people, but we can't even take care of the 340 million we have because we didn't lay good foundational groundwork. Look at Detroit. The auto manufacturing business in Detroit fell apart, so the whole fucking city fell apart. You have places like Ford Heights and Chicago Heights that have fallen apart because automotive manufacturing left. Where D and I are from, where Delaron and I are from, in and around that area, whole neighborhoods have changed and turned into poverty because the factory that anchored that area went tits up. So you have a neighborhood. Remember your Sim City. You have your industrial area, which is supposed to be ringed by a commercial area, which is supposed to be ringed by a residential area. Oh, let me make this a little smaller. So you have your industrial area. It gets ringed by a commercial area, which gets ringed by a residential area, which allows you to put in another commercial area, which allows you to put in another industrial area. Well, the problem is, if this industrial area dies, then the commercial area surrounding it dies, and the residential area around that dies. Oh, and now this one dies. It's a series of dominoes. They become zones you don't even drive through because of the crime and danger. It all collapsed. Right. Delaron will tell you, there was a time where after a White Sox game, They blocked off roads, and if you drove up to them, you literally had to prove you needed to go that way because you live there. Otherwise, they would say the cops, like, they're just regular roads. They're not, it's not for traffic. It's so that you don't try to go through there, and then they've got like 10 baseball families getting robbed and carjacked. We have a beautiful museum called the Museum of Science and Industry that has one route that's acceptable to go to. And if you try to go any other route, you're likely to get carjacked and robbed. There's the old joke that you don't drive south on the Dan Ryan. And if you're not 100% sure of your vehicle, you don't drive south on the Dan Ryan. You take the Stevenson and you drive to Civilization. But it's going to take 45 minutes longer. Yep, because if you break down on the Stevenson, a tow truck will come to you. You break down on the Ryan, you're going to call 5 or 6 or 7 tow truck companies. They're literally like, nope, we don't service there. We don't service there. Nope. 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 Why? Because the tow truck drivers have been robbed. Europe has its problems, but wealth is better divided. We have less billionaires, but we also have less poor homeless people. You're right. You have less billionaires. You have less poor homeless people, but what you have less of is you have less middle class. What you have is this. In Europe, you have a very small rich and a very small poor, and the bulk of your population is in between those boxes. In America, we have a very big rich and a very, I said that wrong. You have a very wide middle class. We have a very narrow middle class. You have a very wide middle class. Your bell curve is a very fat middle class with very little outside of one standard deviation. We have a lot of people. We have 907 billionaires. We have a third of our country lives in poverty. You guys haven't seen this. I showed this one. This is a shocking graph. This graph shows you 50% of the population lives on 2.5% of the wealth. No, you have a very strong middle class. But where you run into the problem is you don't have a lot of upward mobility. You're not going to better your lot in life. Life is a place to live, to go, to emigrate to, if you want a more carefree life. If you don't want to worry about your kids' education, if you don't want to worry about your insurance, if you don't want to worry about your health care, go to Europe. But if you're a dreamer, if you're an innovator, if you're extraordinary, if you're driven, if you're motivated, you don't want to go to Europe, because it's going to be very, 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 very difficult for you to break the ceiling. Yeah, you have no opportunities. So in some ways, for the masses, you're better. Like for me, if I moved to Ireland, I would have more tax liability than I have now. For me to move to Ireland, my quality of life would go down because my disposable income would go down. But for some of my family members, one of my daughters would be better served by moving to Ireland because she's poor. She's not even lower class, she's poor. If I live in a zero tax country, should I be rich? No, because a zero tax country means you're going to end up being poor, because that means every service you pay for. A zero tax country means you pay for all of your medical care, means you pay for all of your security, you pay for all of your roads, you pay for all of your education. See, I know people don't like paying taxes. I get that. But who pays for the road? Who pays for the school? who pays for the police officer. Like, there are people who live, we've just had 2 fires recently in my town, and both fires resulted in a total loss of the building. Medication at school is free from the government. Then you're telling one of your 2 statements back to back is a lie. It can't be free from the government because it has to be taxpayer provided. If it's taxpayer provided, you pay taxes. Governments don't give away anything. Governments have to have some source of revenue. Now, you could live in a zero personal tax country. America has states that don't have property tax. America has states that don't have personal income tax. But if there is no such thing as free from the government, I would then need to know, how is your government funded? Because governments need money like everybody else does. How they get that varies country to country. We have, honestly, I don't know. Well, which country is it? And I can tell you. Unless you want to re-implement the hue and cry and have all hands run to join the bucket brigade, you need taxes for a fire department. Exactly. Am I okay? It's Saudi Arabia. Okay, well, first of all, I know Saudi Arabia has taxes. But your country, yeah, you used to have 0 taxes and now it's 15%. You don't have personal income tax, but you have, you're going to forgive me, I don't know how to exactly to pronounce this, the zakat, which is your religious wealth tax. You also have your value-added tax. 2018 was 5%, is now 15%. You also have heavier taxes on tobacco, energy drinks, and sugar. And Saudi Arabian companies pay the zakat. Foreign-owned companies pay 20% corporate income tax. Your employee, as an employee, you contribute 10% of your salary to the GOSI, the social insurance. So you do have taxes. You do have taxes. You still have to pay U.S. taxes even if you move. So right now I'd be paying taxes for both. I don't pay American taxes because I don't have any taxable American income. My pension is tax-free. Well, a portion of my pension is taxed, but it falls below the standard married deductible. So yes. So think of this. Any money taken from you for the government to run, that's a tax. But the reason why Saudi Arabia, and I love your country, I've been there many times with oil related stuff. The reason why Saudi Arabia doesn't need as much tax as, say, the United States is because your country makes money. Your country operates as a business and makes money. The United States doesn't operate as a business, and that's our problem. Your country makes money exporting oil. You can provide a lot of the infrastructure because you have a massive oil field, and unlike America, that allows that oil field to be pilfered by corporations who only pay a percentage. Saudi Arabia does it where the government owns the oil, they take what they need, and then everybody else gets what's left, which is a much better way to do it with a natural resource. How do I turn your taxable income into non-taxable? You don't. You pay your taxes. All this bullshit that people talk about, I'm going to put my money in a trust. No, you're not, because it's all bullshit. Do you trust a guy wearing a cowboy hat on TikTok talking to you about how to not pay taxes? No, because if he knew that was the way things worked, he wouldn't need to make fucking TikToks in a stupid cowboy hat. He makes TikToks to make money. If he had all the money he talks about, he wouldn't be making TikToks. I'm going to tell you the truth about wealth and wealth secrets. If they were absolutely true, nobody would fucking tell you about them, because the moment they become problematic, they'll go away. A trust is for blocking probate court. Correct. It's just like the people who, they keep talking about this scheme, and it irritates me because it's going to get people fucked over. They say you buy stock, and then you put the stock into a trust. And right here, that doesn't work that way. How do you move the money from you to the trust? Because if you move it as a gift, you trigger the gift tax. Where they tell you wrong from the very beginning is you have enough disposable income that you believe you're going to generate a shit ton of money. So you transfer your wealth into the trust, and by doing so, you trigger the tax. You've paid your tax here, pre-growth. And then the money that grows inside of the trust doesn't get taxed until you trigger a taxable event. Sale. You sold stock? Because what people are saying is you put your money into a trust and then you loan against the trust. But how the fuck do you pay the loan back? I've told people on this show, the way I do it, when the interest rates change and they're not upside down, I'll go back to doing this and making an easy $5,000 or $6,000 a year. In January, on January 1st, I will borrow $100,000 from the bank. So I will borrow $100,000 from the bank at 5%. So that means every month I will owe the bank $87.50. And I'm going to owe the bank 5%. But I know, well, 5% is too much. Let me do actual numbers. So on January 1st, I'm going to borrow $100,000 from the bank, and I'm going to borrow that money at 3%. So every month I'm going to owe the bank $85.83, and I'm going to pay the bank back $103,000. And the reason why I do this is because I know I can get 6% on the money. So I'm going to sit down in the bank manager's office. I'm going to take $100,000 loan on January 1st. I'm going to have a structured payment of $85.83. I'm going to owe the bank $103,000. And then I'm going to go right next door to the investment banker's office. And I'm going to put that $100,000 into his CD at 6%. And at the end of the year, they're going to give me $106,000 back. Now, why can I do that? Because I have a secondary source of income that every month allows me to pay $9,000 on my loan, which means I'm not going to pay $103. I'm going to pay $101 in change. I can actually afford in the first couple of months to pay $13,000 off of the loan, driving my interest through the floor. Because by the end of the second month, I've paid off $26,000 of the loan. So now I'm not going to make $3,000. I'm going to make closer to $5,000. But since I had interest, I can deduct my interest payments against my profit. That's how rich people do it. That's why all the rich people have been clamoring for Donald Trump to get the Fed to lower the interest rate. Because the interest rate determines how much money is available and how much it costs you to borrow. When the interest rate moves down, more people are going to want to borrow, so the banks are going to need more money. So what the banks are going to do is, remember, the bank makes more than the interest rate because they charge you 1% to 5%, what's known as a haircut, on the transaction fee. When you're in good standing with the bank, they waive the transaction fee. Because remember, I borrowed money from the bank, but I gave the bank the money right back, which means they can loan $90,000 of that money right back out. So why didn't I pay the $1,000 on the underwriting? Because I literally told them I'm going to borrow the money from you and I'm going to invest it right back with you, so you're going to be able to loan it out again at 90,000 of that at 3.5% as well. The bank is like, great, so we're going to make money. It's that scene in Suicide Squad where the guy goes up to Mr. J and he says, making me a lot of money, making you a lot of money. If you give the bank their own money back right away and they don't have to fuck about with it, the bank is like, sure, we'll do that. You're going to make $6,000. We're going to make $6,000. We're going to sucker this other person out of $6,000. Because that other person that gets a mortgage with that $90,000, they have to pay $1,800 on the underwriting closing cost. That's where the bank makes the transaction money. Because remember, that person is very much likely going to borrow the money to give the money to another person, and that other person is going to put the money back into the banking system. This is why, like, people have to understand fractional lending is why everything's so damn expensive. Because the bank has $1 and they've lent it out 9 times. Well, if there was only $1 in circulation, the pack of bubblegum could only cost 10 cents because everybody would have 10 cents. But everybody has credit to get $1. Credit is why things are expensive. What did people in my father's generation say? How much is it today? What do people in your generation say? They say, how much is it down? Do we have inheritance tax? We do have inheritance tax, but you have to be passing on a lot of money to trigger inheritance tax. The other thing is we have simple ways around inheritance tax. For example, and again, I'm not your lawyer. I'm just telling you how you can set it up. You need to make sure you're doing everything by the numbers. So here's me and here's my wife. And we're on a bank account together. And this is called a joint account, which means when I die, this account doesn't go through probate because my wife is on it. Everything in that account is considered to 100% belong to her and 100% belong to me. This is where a lot of people get confused, especially when they're in toxic, caustic breakups. It doesn't matter what the source of the money was. It matters that it's a joint account. People are like, well, she was only entitled to half the money. No. That's a joint account. It's considered all her money, all your money. Well, that's not right, really, because that's why they have accounts with this designation where it takes both signatures to take the money out. Yeah, jointly and separately. It's like on a lease. On a lease, you're both responsible for 100% of the damage. There's no such thing as you had a roommate, the apartment had $10,000 worth of damage. You go to the landlord and you pay $5,000 and you say, that's my obligation done. The landlord says, no, you're on the lease. You're accountable to 100% of it. Well, that's why some people need to say, well, then I won't have this person as a roommate. I never allow roommates to leave without having the unit inspected so a damage amount can be determined so that I can get the money from them. Like their bedroom is damaged and mine isn't. When they give us the list of all the damages, look, the total damages for the apartment is $1,000. I'll give you $250, you kick in $750. They say, well, why would I do that? Because the bedroom is damaged for $500 and the rest of the area is damaged for $500. That was your bedroom. You did $500 worth of damage, and then you did half of the damage in the rest of the rooms. And if your roommate is like, no, I don't like that, then don't roommate with that person. Yeah, don't have a roommate that damages stuff. That you said this is why the rich get richer making money. Yeah, the rich get richer making money. But remember, this is what people keep asking for. People keep saying, we want the rules to make it easier for the poor to get money. Well, any rule you make it easier for the poor to get money, the rich can also do it. It's like this. Why do cars cost so much? Why does college cost so much? Well, it's simple. Here's the lending institution. And the lending institution says the maximum amount of money that will give you for a car loan is $20,000. Well, now the car dealership, if it wants to sell cars, it has to sell cars at $19,000 so that the tax, the title, the extras take it up to $19,995, and you can get a car loan for $20,000. People are like, well, I want a nicer car, but I can't afford it because I can't get a loan for that. So they petition the government to make lending laws easier and mandatory. So now they say, we'll give you a $50,000 loan. And so now this car is $35,000. You're going to pay $37,500 out the door for it. Guess what? The majority of you just got the same fucking car for $16,000 more. Same thing with college. This happened, I think, back in the 80s or the early 90s. The most that you could get in college loan money was $75,000. And this was for both undergraduate and grad school or continuing school. So that meant medical school, law school. So there was a federal cap on lending for college loans. So your undergrad was going to be $30,000 and your med school was going to be $45,000. And here's what happened. The colleges lobbied for this number to go up. Why? So that they could raise the fucking price of the same education. We have to cap the cost of our education at the cap of what you can get for a loan. If we get the cap to go up, you can borrow more. So we can raise our fucking price. People need to realize you don't just get nicer things, you got to work for them. And by the way, people think I got a new job. The first thing they're going to do is increase their living expenses. Bro, no, exactly. This is what I used to tell people. This was the advice I gave when I was enlisted. It was the same advice I gave when I became an officer. When you're an E1 through an E4, you're not making shit for money. At some bases at E4, you have to get an apartment on the local economy. Some bases you can stay in the dorm through E4. There's not a universal answer for if you should or should not move out. It's a base by base consideration. So at E4, you start getting BAH and BAS. But now you pay to eat at the chow hall. Now, you're an E1 through an E3. At E4, you get an apartment. When you become an E5, stay in the same damn apartment and take all of your extra BAH and your pay increase and forget it exists. Now, if you have debt, pay off your debt. But don't move out of your apartment and buy a house. Stay in the apartment and bank that 20% for your down payment. When you become an E6, live on E5 pay. Take all of that difference in pay, all that difference in BAH, and put all that shit into the bank. Because you don't need to live on it. You don't know how many times guys would make E6 and buy a fucking new truck, a trailer, a boat, a Winnebago, and I would say to them, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? People come to me and they're like, how do you have money? Because I don't have a mortgage. when you have no mortgage, and this is what people, your paycheck, when you are a worker, your paycheck is your wealth. When you are a working class person, your paycheck is your wealth. It is your greatest source of wealth. When you master that, the first month you don't have a mortgage. You literally have more money than you know what to do with. Put it in the bank. Well, I want to buy a 70-inch TV. Why? Well, I want nicer things. Okay. So you want nicer things. So you want to work forever. It's like I tell streamers, content creators, artists, musicians, independent contractors, what age do you want to retire? And they're like, well, when I have enough money. Yeah, come on, you apes. You want to work forever? Here's the problem. 1 second. This is age 66 and 11 months. In 66 and 10 months. In 66 and 9 months. And here's what you have to do. No matter what age you are, say you're 25 and you're a streamer and you think you're shit hot because you're making all this money. Well, what's your monthly expenditure? 25,000. What are you making? 75,000. Okay, good. This is what you live on. 25,000 gets put against a ledger for when you're 66 and 11 months old. And 25,000 goes into investments. And you say, but if I do that, then I'm going to be working forever. I said, okay, well, what do you want to change? Do you want to change your quality of life? What do you want to change? Well, I'm not going to be traveling as much when I'm 66. Oh, so what you have is you have a lot of travel. Okay. So when you're 66, you think your quality of life is going to be 10K. Okay, well, we can do that. Because now in 1 month, you've bought back 25K is ridiculous and disgusting, but it's not for some content creators. It's really not. For some content creators, some of the people that they're on 4 vacations a month because that's their content. They're buying clothes because that's their content. But just because they have money doesn't mean they know how to manage money. A la Steven Sharif, who pissed away $120 million of other people's money. So if the person looks at it this way and they say, oh, by the time I get to retirement, my monthly expenditure is going to be 10K. Okay, well then you're 25 in 1 month. You pay for 3 months. 25 in 2 months. Now you're 6 months. So every 4 months, you're knocking out a year. Well, then you're still going to work until you're 40. Then you got to start thinking to yourself, what will my monthly expenditures be? And then you're like, but I'm going to have this big investment pool of money. You're right. You will. And you don't have to grow that forever, but you want to grow that enough that if everything goes sideways next month, you have something to live on while you find a job. I told you about the girl, the OnlyFans girl. She's in our community. She's a nice person. OnlyFans girl. She makes, recently she's been making $70,000 a month. At one point she was making $250,000 a month. And she listened to the show one day and she messaged me and she said, I need help because I have no idea. I helped her, walked her through her finances. She was going on like 5 vacations a month. And she had her pack of 5 tag-along friends with her. I said, stop with the fucking freeloaders, man. They're only friends with you because you're taking them to Paris, you're taking them to London, you're taking them to Tokyo, you're taking them to Disney, you're taking them to the symphony, the orchestra, musicals, Broadway. You're buying them clothes. Said get rid of the fucking tag-alongs, man. I said go to college, get a fucking degree, buy property, make investments. I said shit, you have months where you're making enough to straight buy a house and you have a fucking rental? What are you doing? She went to school for marketing and business management. She owns 5 properties now. She still travels. She still has friends, but she travels with a photographer. She turns everything into a business opportunity. Good, smart. Get rid of the 5 fucking freeloading leeches. Some people will say, well, it's terrible how she made her money. Look, it's not terrible how she made her money. It's terrible that you think it's terrible how she made her money because you can't make money that way. You don't have tits. You don't have an ass. You can't show them for, 18,000 people to all give you $10 a month. Sorry. It is a sad fact of life. Sex sells. But we have streamers that, let's not even say streamers. Let's start with actors. Let's start with Hollywood celebrities, athletes, millions of dollars on their contract. And then when they're not an athlete anymore, they're working as accountants. Ric Flair, wrestler, fucking in his 80s, trying to do one more match. Ric Flair is fucking broke. He's always been broke because he spent it as fast as he made it. Celebrities, let's be honest. The median income is $73,000. Okay? The median income. 67 minus 18 is 49 years. If you are lucky enough to start at the median, which you won't be, and stay at the median your whole life, right? You will accumulate $3.557, I'll put commas there, $1 million. This is what, if you accumulate $3.577 million in your life, you have accumulated a median amount of money in your life. I passed that number in my 20s. I know people that are on pace that they will never cross that number. Not feeling good? I was told you're not feeling good. You okay? There are people that won't cross median lifetime income. How the hell does an athlete get a $20 million contract and then end up having a minimum wage job? Some celebrities do things like become astrophysicists, buying telecommunication companies. Other celebrities do things like piles of cocaine. You're right, they do. But the problem is, we have the one thing Americans and Westerners do better than anything else is bitch, whine, moan, complain, and whinge. Yes, the game is stacked against you. The deck is stacked. Life is a gamble. Life is a casino. And if you know anything about the casino, the house always wins. If you're not accepting off the bat that the rules say the house always wins, you're playing with the wrong damn mindset. You're playing with the wrong rules. And nobody likes to hear that.
And if anyone thinks here, again, that the European Union or Europe as a whole can defend itself without the US, keep on dreaming. You can't. We can't. We need each other. And why do we need each other? I tell you. First of all, because also the US needs NATO. They are also in NATO because for the US to stay safe, and by the way, Arctic region is evidence here, they need a secure Arctic, they need a secure Euro-Atlantic, and they also need a secure Europe. So the US has every interest in NATO as much as Canada and the European NATO allies.
Why do people keep forgetting this? We keep worrying about things on a macro level. We keep worrying about things on a big picture level. The United States needs NATO. The United States needs a secure Europe. But what about you? What do you need? You need a secure life. You need, in your life, a secure life. We can talk about it at the big picture level. We can talk about it at the little picture level. I'll be right back. It's the ones who go on to do great things who are secured. It's the ones who love to do a bunch of coke who end up being forgotten and broken. Yeah, and that's like I said, a couple of years ago, I went up to a wedding. I went up to my nephew's wedding in Chicago, and I saw people who I hadn't seen in 20 years. And I laughed my ass off because going around the room, an awful lot of people were gas station managers. Like went to a little tiny gathering, but an awful lot of people are fucking gas station managers. Now, there's one thing to be said if that's the best you can get. But there is something else to be said where you never had any drive to do better. Like one thing that used to boggle my mind with friends was they would want to go to the bar all the time or go to the club all the time. And I was like, guys, you're spending $75 a weekend at the club. And they're like, yeah. I said, I don't need to go to the club. I don't find going to the club and eating bullshit club food and drinking overpriced alcohol to be entertaining. I was like, I would rather, and this is how old I am, I would rather go to Blockbuster and rent a movie, and that's how I want to spend my Friday night. Then I'll read a book on Saturday, maybe watch another movie Saturday night. My girlfriend at the time, before my wife, my girlfriend went to the club. She would come back from the club. She'd be like, "You don't want to come?" I was like, "No, I can't talk to you while we're at the club because it's too damn loud." Well, she made her own money. I made my own money. I'd make her dinner. I'd make a late lunch. She'd go to the club with her friends. She'd come back after the club. It was fine. It was okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I wish we had Blockbuster back renting a video game and then beating it before the weekend was up and fun and challenging. Yeah. Right? I have friends that used to love to go to the ball game. And my friends, every fucking time they went to the ball game, it was the same fucking complaints. The game starts at 3. You got to leave at 12:30 so you can get down there, get through traffic, park, get to the park, get a fucking cold hot dog and a warm flat beer, get to your seats. You can't see shit. Because it's not like you've got to make... Let's be honest with a baseball game. It doesn't matter where your seats are. Most of them suck. And then after the game, they would have an hour and a half of getting home. So my friends would leave for the ball game at 12:30. It'd be a 3:00 game. Over at 6:30 if you're lucky. Be 9:00 before they're home. You invested 8.5 hours in the ball game on Saturday. Well, when you were taking this 90 minutes to go to the ball game, I was mowing my lawn, doing my laundry, then the ball game comes on and I'm there and I'm listening to the ball game. I don't have to get up in the 7th inning to fight for another beer and a hot dog. The pizza comes right to my door, right? Then when you're on the way home, I'm folding my laundry, I'm hanging up my work shirts, I'm giving my work shirts an iron. So you and I had the same experience of watching a ball game, but I think mine was better. You think yours was better. But at the end of the day, you spent $600 or $700 to go to a ball game, have a couple of beers. Well, eventually people looked around and they said, how the fuck do you always have so much money? Because my pizza, and this is back again in the day, my pizza and my soda for the day cost me $20. You guys spent 30 times that going to the ball game. They're like, yeah, but there's just something about seeing the game. Well, go to one a season. Maybe 2 a season. When I was more successful, I had I had box seats at the Chicago Stadium. I had season tickets for the Bears, but they were a work-related expense as much as anything else. I gave the tickets to clients, or I invited particular clients with me to see a basketball game or see a hockey game. The company paid for the tickets as a marketing expense. And then to make the company money back, when it was a really, really expensive game, the Bears versus the Packers, sell those fucking tickets. Make back a quarter of the total cost of the season ticket price by selling off one set of seats. Right now I'm eating good. My only major entertainment expense was UFC, and they moved to Paramount, so it's significantly cheaper. Yeah, stay at home. But then people say, well, then I'm not living the life I want. Cool. Then go get the money that you need to live the life you want. What else we got queued up today? Oh, this one. This one in business. I don't particularly like this guy too much. But what he says is this is a really, really good business video.
Let me call your business.
Apex Energy Solutions, this is Lo.
Can you tell me, what is exactly that you guys do?
I would be more than happy to get you in touch with one of our salespeople. I don't have anybody here on hand, but I will let you know.
You do windows, right?
We offer a very high energy efficient window replacement.
Oh, are they expensive?
I guess expensive is a relative term to everybody.
To you, is it expensive?
I don't think so. In reference to other window companies, I do not.
I have 200 windows I need to fix.
As I mentioned at the beginning of this call, I would be more than happy to get you in contact with one of our salespeople.
Yeah, sure. This is my number right here. They can call me anytime. What did you learn from that phone call?
What'd you learn from that phone call? You have a person answering the phones that's costing you business. Remember that guy on Monday who was piss poor mad because I said the owner, you have people in the company that that generate direct money. So what I mean by that is you have a plumber that you pay $20 an hour to, but you bill him out at $50 an hour. And the plumber or the electrician get mad because they say, but my labor generates all of your money. Right. But I have to pay the office phone girl $15 an hour to work there. So now between you two, I'm at 35 out of 50. And you say, okay, well, there's still room in there. What's up, Nova? You say, well, there's still room in there for me to make more. Okay, but the truck and the equipment cost me about $10 of every hour. So now we're up to 45 out of 50. And then you say, but there's still room for me to make more as the plumber. And I say, but I'm already up to 45 out of 50 that I charged for you. What more do you think there is? Well, there's $5 an hour in there. Yeah, I'd like to get paid, thanks. But where you've got the problem is this, on this call, well, we're just talking about random stuff. You'll catch up in a minute or two. I'm talking about what this guy just talked about where you got to have people in everybody in your business needs to be making money. This guy just literally said, I have 200 windows. Okay. Let's figure you have 200 windows and let's say 1,500 a window. I have a guy on the phone who literally, I'd be like, sir, I'm going 200 windows. Give me one moment. I'm going to walk around. I'm going to find somebody to take. And what is your name? What is your phone number? I will have somebody back calling you in the next 10 minutes. But the owner is in the audience. The owner of the company is in the audience at this seminar. That right there, I shouldn't have. If you've watched Boiler Room with Ben Affleck, you should not have people answering the damn phone in your company that aren't ready to close the deal. Glengarry Glen Ross with Alec Baldwin, ABC, always be closing. Always be closing. Every single person in your company needs to know how to close the deal. Always be closing. I remember my first job. I was 16 years old. I got fired for this. I worked in the paint department. Across from me was the lawn care department. There was one day, person came over to me and says, I want to buy a mower. So I walked over and I said, well, let me walk you over to the person that does, because we were emphatically told we were not allowed to sell mowers. So I walked over. There's nobody in the mowing department. I happened to see my manager walking past, and I said to my manager, I said, hey, sir, this individual would like to buy a lawnmower, and there's nobody here. Can you take care of him? The manager looks at me and says, go ahead and take care of him. Well, that's permission. So I sold the person a lawnmower. Later on that shift, the manager came over and says, you rang that lawnmower up under your employee ID. Yes, I did. Well, you can't do that. I said, you told me to take care of it. The manager said, well, you have to ring that up under a lawn care person or they don't get the commission. And I'm only 16 years old. And I looked at the manager and I said, why would I, if I sold the lawnmower, ring that up under anybody else who wasn't even in the department? I represented Sears Craftsman. I sold our customer a lawnmower. I didn't poach it. I didn't see somebody in lawn care and ring it up. I walked them over to the station. You saw nobody was here. I'm not reversing the transaction and ringing it up. The lawn care guy, who's probably in his late 20s, early 30s, came over. I'm a 16-year-old kid. He's pissed as hell. He's like, well, why didn't you call me? I overhead paged you. I called the phone number. You're supposed to be carrying the phone on your belt. I don't know where you were. I'm not going to let a customer not be taken care of. Take the customer down right then and there. That's what my father taught me. Take the customer down right then and there. If you can kick it to a salesperson that's supposed to get it, do that. The manager, the next day I came in, said, well, we're going to go ahead and let you go. Why? Because you're not a good fit for the team. I said, no problem. The manager kind of got this look on their face. They said, what do you mean no problem? I said, you're right. I'm not a good fit here because I'm here to make money. I'm not here to get screwed out of my commission. I don't know where they were. Why is the question about where I'm at and what I'm doing? why isn't the question, where the fuck is the lawn care person, not there? I learned a lot from that job. I was only there 60 days. I got fired on my 60th day. Learned a lot. Learned an awful lot. I also learned now why Sears Craftsman went out of business. As a Ukrainian, I think Russia most stable. They're U.S. now with the Oompa as president. No offense, but I don't know why people in other countries feel it necessary to throw shade at our president when wasn't like a top minister in Ukraine just found to have been like embezzling money. I mean, like power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But I think there's something to be said about in the last couple of months, Ukraine is turning the tide of the war, which I talked about earlier, through F-16s. Without the training from the U.S. military, Ukraine's Air Force doesn't operate the F-16s effectively. Like, our laws kind of get in the way. Now, a good president would have given Ukraine all their military aid back in 2016 through 2020. But I don't understand why so many people who are in receivership of U.S. support want to have something derogatory to say. I mean, like, Russia could nuke the Ukraine. Like, I get it. But why are people that are in a receivership of U.S. aid so critical? Like, hundreds of billions of dollars. I support your military help, but your president is the Epstein list. No, he's not. I'm going to stop you right there. If you're going to talk shit about Trump and you're going to say Epstein files, I have reviewed as much of the shit that I can review, because one person can't review it all. But I have parsed it. There is nothing. When you say he's on the Epstein list, one of those was a 13-year-old girl. Show me in the Epstein files precisely what you're looking at, that there is an actionable piece of information, because as far as I found, Trump is mentioned in the Epstein files 33,000 times. But there's nothing that's been released yet that indicates there's actionable information. See, the problem is if you've got enough truth and you choose to lie, it breaks down all your credibility. We don't need anybody to tell us Donald Trump is a scumbag. We've known that. We've known that since the 80s when he was doing those beauty pageants and the reports started coming in that he walks in on 9-year-olds that are changing. Look, man, he's a fucking scumbag. He's a pile of shit human being. He's morally corrupt. But if you're going to say he's in the Epstein files and there's an allegation of a 13-year-old girl, then I need to know what you're looking at, and you should be able to cite it. Exactly. That was my issue with the lies on Obama. There are reasons there are plenty of reasons to dislike Barack Obama. I don't like Barack Obama because while he was a senator from my state, he outright said, I'm not going to run for president, and then he ran for president. Well, the moment you lie, it doesn't matter what the color is, you lied. Period. Dot. I don't think President Obama was a bad president. I think that President Obama got in over his head. He didn't have enough pedigree. He didn't have a big enough coalition. I get my information from Philip DeFranco, so I'm not sure if it's real or not. Well, here's the problem, and I say this to everybody. The moment you repeat it, you own it. So if you say I get my information from a person and I'm not sure if it's real or not, my issue isn't with Philip DeFranco. My issue is with you, because you said it on my platform. You shouldn't repeat something unless you're sure. If everybody was sure before they repeated things, the world would be a better place because people would have to go and get educated on stuff. They would have to research. That's been the damning thing for Trump that's been released by Trump's DOJ, has been the same damn thing that damns me in Ashes of Creation. I hang out with Jalan. Trump was hanging out with Epstein. Right, exactly. See, that's... Karthos got a lot of shit because he's my online friend. But in a community, they judged him because he hangs out with me. Yeah, we've got serious problems in this country. We've got serious problems in this world. And we, honestly, smart people are being silenced, so dumb people don't get offended. Well, you're a friend, but I haven't met you in person. I haven't bought you a drink. I haven't sat with a meal for you. I think as Desians of the digital age, I think it's really important that people, I know you're giving me shit, but I think it's really important that we draw good lines around it. Like, what do they say? A friend helps you move. A real friend helps you move bodies. But your best friend is there in the jail with you like that was some good shit. My kids are great. My daughter had to make a really, really important decision. My daughter hasn't been able to go to the Science Olympiad training because she's on the bowling team. And the days of the practice are bowling matches. So the teacher told her she's not allowed to compete. My daughter was competing in a category with only 3 competitors. My daughter had a 50-50 chance of going to state for the Science Olympiad, because there's only 3 total competitors and first and second advance. So now the teacher deciding that my daughter can't compete means the other 2 competitors automatically advance through this round. Now I get it. And I'll talk to my daughter today. You made a choice. I've always told my daughter, all my daughters, you start making your own choices. When you're a multi-activity person, you're not going to be able to be a leader in everything. Like, my daughter's on student council as well. And she got bumped down because she's not there on the meetings because she has to go to practice. That's fine. Pick the thing that you want to do. As far as J.K. Rowling, so, as far as I know, as far as I understand, J.K. Rowling is a legitimate transphobic individual, not a bigot, not full of hate. To the best of my knowledge and understanding, J.K. Rowling has a legitimate fear of transgender people. And that's why I don't like the fact that we put phobe on homophobic, transphobic, because a phobia is an irrational fear. A phobia, as diagnosed, is an irrational fear. But the way we use transphobe and homophobe is synonymous with bigot. Yeah, that's my comprehension. What Phelan posted, that's my understanding. It's just like, and this is a rough thing in America, if a white person gets jumped at a young age by 3 black people, and the white person says, I have a phobia of black people, I would say you have a phobia of black people because of a trauma. You have justifiable fear that you should overcome because people are individuals. but I get it. Yeah, phobia needs to be separated from hatred. I have heard that American Friends stopped having labels on milk. No, we have labels on milk. Phobias have been perverted to be used as an insult. Right, exactly. I think where we run into the problem, though, is that everybody wants to say, like, there's this woman on Twitter that insults all black people. I'm sorry, she insults all white people. She insults all white people by saying all white people do this, all white people do that. I was like, I don't do any of that shit. And she got mad because I called her a racist. And she said, you can't be racist against white people. We have labels on milk in school too. The problem is, you're allowed to not like people. You are allowed to not like somebody. Period. Dot. You're allowed to not like somebody. You don't have to have a reason. You just don't like them. You can, in your own mind, not like an entire category of people. It's where, at some point, where does the line of good society start? I think the other problem is when you've got the transgender community setting rules, they don't like the pushback when you say, I never agreed to that. The cop that pulls over the guy and the guy hands his collar out to the cop, he says, this is how I identify as a cat. And the cop he goes along with it. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to take you into custody. We're going to take you to the pound. You're going to get spayed or neutered and a rabies shot if necessary. And I can have a mental health professional come down to you because you're claiming that you're his owner and you're about to let him get a rabies shot. Yeah, the mother who says that her son has animal dysphoria and he identifies as a cat and he shits in a litter box. And the school was like, great, your kid can't come to school because cats don't come to school. I think that we have reached a point of absolute absurdity and people are offended that the rest of us don't want to play this game. I'm not going to give validity to your bullshit point of view by playing this game with you. We know that we have science. Science doesn't give a shit about your feelings. We have biological sex and we have social gender. Personally, I don't care about your either way. Give me a list, give me a menu, a list of options that you would like me to engage with, and I'll make choices. But if you only give me one choice, then I either have to agree with everything you want or I have to reject everything you want because your freedoms don't supersede my freedoms. There's this big push right now. All women are women. No. I'm sorry. If you are entitled to choices and freedom of choice, then so am I. So if you want to say all women are women, cool. My counter to that is, then I want, instead of cis woman, trans woman, I want woman, born woman on dating apps. Because I want to know if the Christina I'm taking to my bedroom started off as a Christian. And they're like, well, all women are women. Well, that's an amazing Adam's apple you have there. Why is it your choices impact my choices? You're such a bigot. Why? I'm a bigot for asking a question? I'm a bigot for trying to understand the rules? Look, if you want to break down the gender walls, let's figure out first if they need to be broken down in the first place. I don't want to get in the way of transgender individuals solving their gender dysphoria and getting into the bodies that make them feel comfortable. I want every person to feel comfortable in their skin. I want every person to feel comfortable in their skin. A couple of boys were suspended from school over discipline problems related to a transgender girl in the boys' locker room. Why should two boys be uncomfortable at the so that one individual isn't uncomfortable? I have no problem with high schools or public settings having a third bathroom called the transgender bathroom. I have no problem with this idea. If you have transitioning individuals in society, then I have no problem if we put transgender locker rooms in all high schools that are built from this point forward. So we're going to have 3 locker rooms instead of 2. What is your biological shell? If your biological shell is female, you go into the female bathroom. If your biological shell is male, you go into the male bathroom. If your biological shell is transitioning or you're in the wrong biological shell, you use the politically correct word that we will, again, allow that community to provide some politically correct words, and then we'll order one off the menu. If they don't want to call it the transitional bathroom, the transgender bathroom, the whatever, the unisex bathroom, sure, we can call it the unisex bathroom. So then what happens is any of these females can go in there, any of these males can go in here, but these people cannot go into these because this is the bathroom for those individuals with female biological shells. Well, what if they haven't started the transition yet? Okay, then what's your biological shell? Go into that one. Once you've completed your transition. But now here's where the punch comes in, right? I don't think it should be legal for anybody under the age of 18 to complete their transition surgery. I think doctors should have their medical, with some exceptions that we would have to write. I don't think you should be allowed to have optional gender reassignment surgery before the age of 18. And why is that? Because then another human being is making that decision for you. My daughter gets hurt, gets taken to the hospital. She's a minor. Unless it's to save life, limb, or eyesight, the hospital can't even perform ordinary routine medical shit procedures because a parent's not there. Your daughter needs stitches. Okay, well, stitch her up. I'm on the way. Well, you need to be here to sign the forms. I'm 45 minutes away. You have my verbal authority to do the stitches. Well, she's not in any danger, so we can't start them till we get there. Did you give her any painkillers? No, we can't administer painkillers till you get there. There's a way around it. Give the forms to my daughter, and she'll take the card out of her wallet. Card in her wallet is, if you are on the phone and my father is verbally authorizing this, I have signature by proxy. Jalan, by stripper girl. What's this signature? It's a by proxy signature. Now your fucking form is complete. Now legally, well, you can't do that. She's a minor. And you can't tell me who I can give by proxy authority to. She is signing my name, and it's legally binding because that's what the fuck the little fucking notarized card says. She has my signature by proxy. The fucking terrible thing is we just create rules to get into the problem. You're not going to do the stitches because I'm 45 minutes away? What's wrong with you? I don't give a shit what you want to do with your life. You can be a cat, a turtle, and an attack helicopter. But trying to make it my problem, I'll fight for yours and everyone else's rights to follow the truth. But I'm sick and fucking tired of being told I have to lay down across barbed wire fence for your cause so you can cross and then bitch at me for not doing enough. Yeah. But we have created such a noise to this whole transgender issue. This shit should be solved. Shit. I could solve this shit in 30 minutes with commercials. Like, I have solved it. It's real simple. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are 1, of the age of consent, and 2, consenting. That's all the shit I care about. Now, that's from a legal perspective. What about a moral perspective? Okay, let's talk about a moral perspective. As I've talked about many times, is an 18-year-old legal? The answer is yes. Is it moral? The answer is maybe. If you're 18 yourself, if you're 19, if you're 20, this is good across the board until this one. Are you going to turn 21 before they turn 19? If yes, how soon before? How soon before? Because I think if you're 21 and she's still 18, or you're 21 and he's still 18, it's not illegal, but you're definitely skirting the you'd go lower if you could. Now, she's 21 or he's 21. We don't want to be gender biased here. She's 21. Is 30 and 21 okay? Maybe. 30 and... But she's an adult. Hold on. I thought you tried to make a big stand that adolescence ends at 25. So, is 30 with 5 years post-adolescence okay with 21? Maybe. I think there might be something, again, wrong. I think, really, if we want to be clear about this, 18, their dating bracket should be 18, 19, 20. I think this is 18, this is 19, this is 20. I think 21 and up through 25, I think you're okay 21 through about 27. I think after you're 25, then sky's the limit. I think once you're 25, if a girl is 25 and she wants to be with a 45-year-old, fuck off. Fuck right off. Leave her the fuck alone. People are mad because Leonardo DiCaprio can't seem to have a girlfriend who's in her 30s. Look, she's 25 or up, let it fucking go. So interesting thing to ponder. What if marriage stopped being a tax thing? Everyone just files their own shit. Now the government doesn't give a fuck who can get married. I agree with you. Everybody files independently. I'm from Argentina. In our previous government, there were even taxes to fund shit like transgenderism treatments and abortions. I wouldn't give a shit, but they do it with your money. I agree. Yeah. I don't care what you do. Just don't do it with my money. But is there a slim portion of the transgender community that literally, without a doubt, you have individuals that have gender identity or gender dysphoria? Yeah, absolutely. I think that slice of people should be able to get their health care provided by the government. The same as a person born with diabetes or a person born with deaf and needs a cochlear implant, person born whatever. But there's a lot of people that are doing it for the wrong reasons. Okay. I think we've turned a blind eye to too much in society. And we wonder why society is going to shit. Oh, because we stopped looking at it.
Let me call you business.
We stopped looking at society. This one. I'm going to play this one. I got to step up real quick, but this is my problem with so many sociology studies.
Want to know what happens when you give young homeless kids $1,000 a month with no strings attached? The results will surprise you.
He's going to explain this experiment. I'm going to explain a few problems I have with it and his interpretation.
If you guessed paying for their housing, you would be correct, because according to this report, by the end of the 2-year period, 94% of participants in this, experiment, whatever you want to call it, reported that they were housed.
Here's the report. They get 120 people age 18 to 24, and they give them $1,000 a month, plus a one-time $3,000 bonus when they need it. And the people take a survey at the start, at the halfway point, and at the end of the program. As the original video says, they do report 94% of participants were housed at program exit. But that might be a little misleading because most of the participants were housed at the start of the program as well. At the start of the program, 75% of people were housed at their own place or the house of someone they know, friends, family, intimate partner. And by the end of the program, that's what was up to 94%. So it's more like a 22 percentage point change, not a 94% change, as you might think if you just heard that statistic. Another way of looking at it would be self-identification as homeless. If you just ask people, do you consider yourself homeless? At the start, 29% of participants did. At the end, only 10%. It is a reduction in homelessness, but maybe not as large as it first seemed.
If 10% at the end of the study were self-reporting as homeless, then how the fuck did you have 94% housed? This is the biggest problem with people. Remember I said, if you're gonna have a belief in something, be able to give it to me, be able to cite it for me. If 94% of people are housed at the end of the study, but 75 were housed before the study, you didn't have a 94% anything. Hold on, it gets better, Karthos. Wait till you see the absolute bias.
Another problem with this is that they don't have a control group. They just have 120 people who they're giving $1,000 a month. In an interview with the news, the guy running the program is asked, how did you select participants? And he says that the participants have to have a desire to become housed.
You find 120 people who express a desire to become housed, and you give them $1,000 a month, and holy shit, you're fucking shocked that 94% of them were housed? You were in Portland last night, and that city has just been surrendered to the homeless. Yeah. And why am I showing this? Because the last little bit of my show today is going to be on universal basic income again, but I want to go through this study so people can see some of the problems.
In order to participate in the program. And they also have some very basic demographic components. So you're selecting for people who want to become housed. These are young adults, 18 to 24, over a period of 2 years. Some percentage of them likely would have become housed anyway without getting $1,000 a month. So with no control group, it's just not clear what effect, if any, the program actually had. They write that follow-up research should have a control group so we can try to establish a causal relationship. The causal relationship being we gave people money and that caused them not to be homeless anymore. You might be able to establish that if you had a control group. But without the control group, I think we just don't know. Another problem is low response rate. Remember, they have 120 program participants. Only 61 completed all 3 surveys.
Just over 50% of people did all 3 surveys. What the fuck study did you do? You gave away 360 plus. $720. You gave away $720,000, right? You gave away $720,000 to get absolutely no fucking empirical data, because you didn't even get all of the data that you should have gotten. That's the thing people don't understand. These kind of studies are useless because they always have bias for people who want help. So many homeless people are homeless because they're rejecting or avoiding help, because they don't want to deal with the strings like following up with a social worker or even getting a check from an office every week. Yeah. That's the problem. That is the problem. So the reason I wanted to show you that is there is not a single universal basic income study out there that actually proves the point. There is not a single universal basic income study out there. This is a universal basic income study. UBI is bullshit. Because UBI, Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, handful of other people want to give every American X amount of dollars a year. But those people they don't know. They don't have financial literacy. Imagine turning 18, and the day you turn 18, you go to an office, and they give you your keys to your apartment. And the apartment is yours. But every Sunday, you have to be there for an inspection. There are literally people who would fail to keep their apartment clean when they know every Sunday they have to open their door and stand by their door and people are going to walk through. How do I know this? Because it happened in the fucking military. Of a population of people who volunteered to go into the armed forces, every Sunday we had what was known as the GI party. We had to be in our rooms for 2 hours. The first hour was cleaning your room. The second hour was cleaning the common area. And we still had people on Monday who would fail their room inspection for lack of basic cleanliness. My MTL, my military training leader, was on leave. And we had a replacement MTL. And that MTL did not like me. That MTL tore the fuck out of my room. And I got 1 demerit. That MTL was senior to the MTL we normally had. There were people on my floor who got 13, 14, 15 demerits. My demerit was something absolutely ridiculous, and he even admitted that to me later. It was bird shit on the outside of the screen of my window. And the reason why he said he gave me a demerit was because he'd never seen me get one. He said, I pulled your bed away from the wall to look at your baseboards. He's like, your baseboards are clean. Yeah, because the checklist you gave me said, clean your baseboards every week. Spray, clean, duh. He's like, your tile grout is clean. He's like, you have your discrepancy form on the bathroom clipboard, and you didn't just write shower mold. You wrote shower mold here, shower mold. Yeah, it's like, because that's what it says to do. There are people who agree to go into the military and then don't wash their ass. You got guys in basic training, and everybody in the military knows you had Pigpen. I've never met a single graduating group from any basic training that didn't have a guy called or a girl called Pigpen by their TI. The person that doesn't shower every night. Look, motherfucker, it is the Texas heat. It is 100+ degrees outside. You are sweating balls. You got swamp ass. The reason why they give you an hour to shower at night is to knock the stink off of you. But guess what? Eventually, Pigpen gets dragged into the shower. Usually by their peers. So if you can't get the 1%ers of America to follow the same set of rules, what universal basic income are you, what universal basic income standards are you going to have? You keep saying this thing where people are like, a fast food job is a job, so it should pay your basic needs. Okay. But what are your basic needs? What precisely are your basic needs? It's not universal if there are stipulations. Bullshit. Yes, it is. Universal means everybody gets it. Stipulations mean you chose to eliminate yourself from the pool. Listen to that again. Universal means everybody gets the same. Stipulations mean you decided to not get it. What's the stipulation? The apartment that they give you for your universal basic income has to be kept in a sanitary manner. So that stipulations are conditions. You're right. Again, it doesn't mean you're not entitled to it. It means you disqualified you from it. I think you're having a problem with personal accountability. You made a choice to eliminate yourself from eligibility. They tell you there's going to be an apartment inspection every Sunday. You're not there that day. So they slide the pink slip under your door and they say, if you miss your next one, you're out. You miss the next one. So they open up your door and you've got food piled up and you've got trash in the trash can that's 3 or 4 weeks old and the whole place is fucking torn up and you've been smoking in it. There's cigarette burns on the carpet. There's cigarette burns on the bedding. Yeah, your ass should be tossed out because you were given a gift. Yeah, conditional basic income, yes, that's fine. The Bill of Rights is universal and there's stipulations, conditions. They're called amendments. We have laws. Freedom is universal. Freedom is universal. You make a decision to invalidate your right to freedom. See, where we have a really big problem is somewhere between Generation X and Generation Z. Personal accountability went right out the window. Personal accountability, nobody wants to have that. Personally, you just look. No, I didn't. I didn't low-key blame millennials at all because I said somewhere between Generation X and Generation Z. The millennials didn't raise Generation Z. Remember, we crimped down generations from 30 years because remember, my dad, to me, that's a generational step. Even though for my father had his first son at 18 and his last son at 31, give or take. My brother and I are not technically considered the same generation due to where the birthdays fall. But we're both the offspring of my father. So on a family line, we're on the same generational line. But sociology says he's in one, or if I had been born 3 months later, I would have been in a different generation. The problem we have is the baby boomers raised Generation X and the millennials. Generation X raised the millennials and the Zoomers. The silent generation raised the baby boomers and the early Gen Xers. And now we've got this new scientific thing, this new sociological thing. They're talking about the Zillennials. And what are the Zillennials? The Zillennials are the end of Generation X and the beginning of the millennial generation, where some people like me had a rotary phone and were teenagers when cell phones came out. Yeah, Karthos and I are both Zillennials. Now, I reject the title of Zillennial. If they continue to develop it a little bit, I might accept it. But I was raised by my silent generation grandparents and my baby boomer parents, my baby boomer older siblings. Well, eldest sibling. But the problem is, personal accountability went out the window. Whereas universal basic income is great, but people don't even want to work 40 hours a week. Bernie Sanders saying people should only have to work 32 hours a week. To what lifestyle? See, it's okay if you only want to work 32 hours a week, but Bernie Sanders saying employers need to raise pay by 20% and cut hours by 20%. What? You want me to pay people more and then work less so they make the same in a 32-hour week as they would a 40-hour week? But how the fuck do I survive as a business then? Bernie Sanders has an awful lot of good ideas that if he had ever owned his own business, he would realize are really bad. You would like it if weekends paid more. Why? In the 1980s, you could say that. But now, what are weekends? I remember growing up, being 6 or 7 years old, driving into town, coming back from like a family member's house, 11 o'clock at night, the fucking street lights turned off except every fourth light. Because nothing was open. I remember having police officers follow behind us just to make sure we got home okay. Because it was really weird to be on the road at 2 o'clock in the morning. The mall closed at 9. The McDonald's closed at 10:30. Yeah, there were no stores open on Sunday. Or if the stores were open on Sunday, they weren't open. They were open like 1 to 5 on Sunday after church. Now we have, the Walmart near you is 24/7 until COVID hit. My wife used to laugh. I'm a recluse. My wife, due to my PTSD, due to my nightmares, and due to the fact she adopted a cat, for the time being, my wife and I sleep in separate bedrooms because she's taking care of this elderly cat. The cat bonded with her. My wife would laugh. 2 o'clock in the morning, I would get up. My alarm would go off on like a Tuesday. I would get up and go to the store. She'd be like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, buying groceries." And she would come, because we're both retired. She would come down. It's like 3:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm making a steak. And she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I woke up and I was hungry, so I went and bought a steak." She just laughing at me. She's like, why do you go to Walmart? Why do you go to Walmart at 2 o'clock in the morning? I'm like, because nobody's fucking there. The only people I run into are night shift workers who they wouldn't care if I pulled out a fucking machete and killed another customer. They'd be like, motherfucker, now I gotta mop that shit up. That's the only thing they care about. I love the world we live in. I hate the people that live in the world with me. I don't shoot at Walmart anymore because everything is always locked up. Oh, you don't? Yeah, you don't go to that. Yeah, Walmart is shopping. Walmart is locking everything up. Carthos and I marveled at a couple of places in Oregon, a couple of places in Chicago, a couple of places in Boston. Their shrink is 8 to 10%. Their shoplifting is 8 to 10%. I believe it was Carthos who told me they literally did an interview with a guy in a parking lot, and they showed the fucking interview on the news where the reason why the guy was mad they were closing the Walmart is because then he had to travel to the other Walmart to shoplift. People are outraged that they're going to have to travel to go shoplift. But we're worried about universal basic income. We are morally bankrupt as a society. Our president lied last night during the State of the Union. A number of representatives didn't go to what is one of the few fucking constitutionally mandated things they have to do. Your representative is required to go and receive the State of the Union. Yeah, Walmart closed all their stores in Portland because it was costing them too much money. They're losing all their money to shoplifting. People are like, Walmart's $1 billion company. Yeah, and every time you shoplift from it, you hurt the employees. And, well, no, every time I shoplift, I'm just hurting Big Corpo. Well, the problem with your idea is you're assuming that corporate is willing to take a smaller slice of the pie. Is there a state of time in history that you would that you would describe as not morally bankrupt? So there were some good kings. Some countries had eras of good king leadership, good monarchical leadership. The problem with good monarchies is that more often than not, a good monarch is always followed up by a terrible monarch. The problem is nobody wants to boil it down to people are not moral to begin with. People are tribal to begin with. We've lost, like last night, my wife messaged me letting me know she was going to be home late. My family has been taught we have means, so we don't build a bigger fence, we build a longer table. And I taught my kids that because I have the money to move us into a private community. I have that level of money. I don't want to, but I could. I used to have a lot of my daughter's friends over. I told you earlier in the show. My daughter had 3 friends. Most of them needed to be saved. They would spend the night over here. Why? Well, number 1, I knew I'd be home. Number 2, I knew my wife would be home. Number 3, I knew they'd get fed. Pizza, I would cook. Get McDonald's, take them out to a restaurant. I was feeding 3 kids and my 2 kids. Last night, my wife called me. She's like, I'm going to be home a little late. I was like, why? She's like, I'm waiting for kid's dad. And I said to my wife, I said, good job. It takes the village to raise the idiot. I mean the child. We have instances of good society. We have instances of good society. We no longer have good societies. Like 25, 30 years ago, if there was a stranger in the neighborhood, that stranger would get confronted by the first set of parents that would see that stranger anywhere near the kids. My dad, the girls that live behind me's dad, the dad of the boys, the dad of the other little kid, my neighbors, like all the parents. We had a guy, his name was Mr. G. He sat on his front porch when the kids were going to school. He sat on his front porch when the kids were coming home from school. The man was retired, but he always sat on the porch. Everybody and all the kids in the neighborhood knew if you got home and your parents weren't home, if you were a latchkey kid and your parents weren't home, you went and sat on Mr. G's steps. And all the parents knew that's where the kid would be. Mr. G had been in that neighborhood for like 70 years. We didn't have problems with, you get to your house, mom isn't home, dad isn't home, walk to Mr. G's, sit on the step. Everybody had Mr. G's number. So the phone would ring and he'd be like, oh, your mom said, good job, you're here. She'll be home in 30 minutes. She said, work on your homework. Okay. You just sat on his front step working on your homework. That was a community. That was a village. Nowadays, not long ago, my neighbor, a little girl 3 houses down, somebody literally tried to snatch and grab this girl at the park. A snatch and grab. Yeah, now it's get off my lawn. But no, the little girl 3 doors down, she's got a fucking German Shepherd guard dog now that's twice her size. And yet, we still have strangers walking around the neighborhood. And I gave up with my fucking community. I gave up with my village because my village is full of fucking idiots. I live in a subdivision where when you come in, there's a cul-de-sac. And so when you come in, you either have to go left, right, or center. We get door-to-door salesmen that'll start ringing on doorbells and people will engage with them. And then instead of them calling the police and saying this door-to-door person is shady as shit and they don't have a vendor's permit, they get on Facebook and complain about it, and I always respond. If they made contact with you, did you make contact with the police? No, why would I do that? Did you ask them for their vendor's permit? No, why would I do that? Because if your fucking village has tried to cut down on the people casing houses by requiring them to have a vendor's permit, which requires them to have an ID, then we know who the fuck was in the neighborhood that day. House over here, right? My house is all the way on the back side of this subdivision. House over here got broken into. They, in their Facebook write-up, they said it was really weird because the people who broke into our house, they were in and out in 60 seconds and they stole a bunch of our expensive shit. And I find it really odd that somebody was able to make it through my house in 60 seconds, so they were gone before the alarm alerted the security company. My very first fucking question, have you had any door-to-door salesmen that you allowed in your house lately? And they were like, well, yes, I did. I said, there's your fucking answer. Door-to-door salesman comes to your door. No. Can't use it, don't want it, couldn't afford it if I did. There ain't ever anybody gonna, except Girl Scouts. It's Girl Scout season, by the way. The limit's 2 this season. Boxes, not Scouts. When a door-to-door salesman comes to your house. Never in my entire life has a door-to-door salesman showed up at my house and offered me a product that I needed. Yeah, basement's getting full. With boxes, not scouts. Exactly. See, you get the joke. The problem is, people don't want to be told, like, these people got their house broken into. It's like, you're dumb. You're dumb because you answered the door. Yeah, I was getting ready to call the authorities. The problem here is we need to move past, we need to go back, like old school works. Old school works for some stuff. Old school, new hotness. Kids at school, right? Kids at school need to be reminded what school was like. All of society needs to have a little bit more find out. There's not enough find out in society right now. There's too much fuck around, and there's not enough find out. Donald Trump is going to continue acting the way he acts because Donald Trump never has to find out. I think come this fall, depending on how these midterm elections go, Donald Trump may very quickly find himself, at the very least, impeached. And there's a possibility, there is a path that exists for Donald Trump to be removed from office right around next February. The problem is, we're going to get rid of Donald Trump, and then we're going to be stuck with J.D. Vance. I don't think that's any better. But unfortunately today, I got to get out of here. I have to go to my least favorite place on earth. I got to go to the dentist. I hate the dentist. I have Irish teeth. If you don't know what Irish teeth are, it means no matter how much I floss, no matter how much I brush, no matter how much I use a water pick, no matter how much I use fluoride, everything, my teeth are just bad. Genetically, they're bad. No, San Diego is going to be my favorite place. I can't wait till Steven Sharif is in jail, and then I'm going to visit him with Karthos and Gigabear, and we're going to bring him some treats, because that man's going to jail. I will be back tomorrow for some video games, so I'll see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.